of Brooklyn, and they lived in an older apartment building, and they had roof access. And every year they would buy one of those giant skeletons and put it on the roof. Just like a starfish. And in the time they lived there, they were able to get 8 skeletons up there because they would put it on their balcony during Halloween. And then they would just put it on the roof. And when they moved out, they apparently had like 6 skeletons up there. And I've never like tracked down where their building was, but they were saying that they were eagerly awaiting for it to appear on Google Maps. So, you know, somebody that I used to know, somebody that, well, I still know though, I just don't talk to them very often. They were a friend of a friend who I spoke with a lot during the pandemic, in random group calls, like when nobody could go outside. Yeah, not in the attic, on the attic, exactly. I'm so sorry for you, Atomic Stein. They said their family pre-games Christmas during June and they can never escape the Christmas music. You know, I reserve the... Okay, so as I've said before, and I will say this again, there are people out there that reserve the right to start celebrating Christmas in, like, September. And that is September, October, November, December, right? So that's 4 months early. If you do that, then if we go to October, September, August, I can like start celebrating Halloween like early summer, I think. I think like July, mid-July is like reasonable. Yeah. Mid-July. Luckily for all of you, I live in an apartment, and so like only I see the Halloween decorations, which I don't have many of, but also like the secret is I never put them away. It's always Halloween here. Okay, I'm just setting things up on my end. Give me a sec. Just going to run 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads, and then we'll dive into game while I turn things on. Complete all. I don't judge either, Fleur-de-Lis. There was this house that was pretty close to where I used to live that year-round had like Jason masks hung up in their windows and like a lot of like Friday the 13th shit and like Halloween stuff. Not Halloween like the holiday, Halloween like the movie. A little bit of Nightmare on Elm Street stuff would show up around Halloween. It's good stuff. Moreb, it's good to see you. Hello. You had a neighbor lift one up and put a Santa outfit on it? Yeah, no, there's a lot of patterns on Etsy and also like people on Etsy that just like make clothing for the giant skeletons, and I very much respect that hustle. I think it's a lot of fun. What's up, weirdo? Do in YouTube chat. So, did you guys hear the very important video game announcement? The very, like, probably, like, definitely going to be the biggest game next year if it releases next year. I mean, I've already played that. That's great. Flirty Leaf. You know what's funny is I really don't like Vampire Survivors. I find that game like aggressively ugly, and this is also aggressively ugly, but somehow less aggressively ugly. There's also where is it? It's where is that point in this trailer? I think like this game looks a lot nicer than normal Vampire Survivors, but I guess it's in voice. I thought it was in text. There's a bit of this trailer where it's just like, we didn't say deck builder anywhere in the trailer, so they'll never compare us to Balatro. And that's happening. Wait, hold up. Have you somehow missed the wildness of Vampire Survivors? Elf Poles? Like, have you actually missed that? Because Vampire Survivors is a... Oh, wait, what? Oh, maybe I have it ignored. I very much might have it ignored. Yeah, I do. Is this thing? So, like... this is literally just Castlevania. This has a Castlevania DLC, doesn't it? Yeah, Ode to Castlevania. And they kept I do respect the joke of this, which is they didn't actually add any vampires in with this DLC, because there's no vampires in Vampire Survivors. Which I do actually respect that. I do respect that. I think that like keeping that bit going is really funny. Although the best Vampire Survivors anything thing that ever happened was when they sold the rights to Vampire Survivors to a movie studio to make a movie, and there's a like multi-paragraph interview with the lead developer, or the developer of that game. I think it's just a dude talking about how important the story is to the game and how they can't wait to see their great fantasy world realized on the big screen. And it's like, are we talking about the same game? Because, like, that game's just a bunch of bullshit. Just thrown in, like, a slot machine that just goes, whatever. Like, the video game. Like, I'm not knocking its design, but, like, no! Like, I do know that the developer of that game used to program the software for slot machines before making Vampire Survivors. Like, that was his day job before. So, like, maybe he survived the vampires? Is that what it is? It's a bit meta. You're hoping for a gritty reboot with lots of explosions? I feel like I don't give a shit about Vampire Survivors. The only way to do a proper Vampire Survivors movie or anything, to me, would be I'm just gonna say pixel art robot chicken. Like, less than 10-minute shorts that are just parodying other things with shit exploding and lots of cursing. That would probably give people with epilepsy, like, a seizure. Directed by Michael Bay. No, it would have to be, like, Michael May. You know? Like, it would have to be, like, knockoff Michael Bay. Anyway, it is morning here. Weirdo. It is 10:35 here in Victoria, BC. So the dwarves that are alive in the fort currently are Zapper, Glass Half Empty T-Dog, and Darut, as well as Toast Cat the Second, pun intentional, Quasar, and Wicked Cat, Hellskeeg, which I know I already forgot how to pronounce that. If I scroll down a wee bit, we got Butch. We've got Xanth Oscar. We've got Mr. Mondays. Inverted Garfield. Manbear Dwarf. Ashrock. And Sloth Dad. Viking. Chief. Who killed the leader of the zombie army who attacked us. As well as Synthetic Cat Girl. Diamond Destruct. Tyr. Cannon. Magukome. And Brayden. 409. Lanix. Dinesta. Wilmer. And Laya, as well as Alan and Swifty the Second. And Mr. TV Jr. Bioactive, and I think that's everybody. Yes. Over in the animals side, we do also have Meep. And Unicorn. The goose. We were able to catch some stray Drothlas. We enslaved them from the goblins. I'm also going to slaughter these elk birds because I don't actually want them. And I'm going to butcher some pigs. These dwarves are going to be eating ham today. Bearded dwarf and name him Bikel May. Okay. Actually, that needs to be a siege engineer, right? Bikel May is finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else, is very comfortable around others that have a different appearance or culture. He will generally seek retribution, and he is a pessimist. He tends to think before acting, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He likes to brawl, and he's a friendly individual, and doesn't seek out excitement, and doesn't focus on material goods, because he blows them up. He whispers when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't really value merrymaking. And does not really value skills related to fighting, just explosions. He likes pitchblende, black bronze, as well as tourmaline and giant rat leather, battle axes, crowns, and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and the red pandas for their striped tails, and impossible prefers consume giant hornbill, alfalfa, gutter crewer, and barley flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Not my turkey day. Chat, if I had $1 for every time turkey was mentioned, I would have like $70 already. Yeah, it's the worst alcohol in the game, in my opinion. You got to get out the door for Turkey Day stuff. See, there's another $1. Wanted to make sure you said hi first. Well, hi. I don't want to. Why does everybody want me to marry Thursday? I don't want to marry a Thursday. I'm good. It's fine. I don't need to marry a Thursday. Weddings are expensive. And I marry not these logical explanations to my joke, damn it. Marry these nuts. Ain't nothing merry about this. Aside from that, we'll all be feeling merry when Mary's taking care of me, and I'll be feeling merry when I marry Mary Mac. I think I fucked up that verse, but this is the fort. It's gotten really forty looking since we actually got some bedrooms up on this level. No, Mary Mac's mother's making Mary Mac marry me. Well, I'll be feeling merry when I marry Mary Mac. That's what we're going with this. What do you mean? Michael May? You mean like actual Michael Bay? So the biggest thing that we did yesterday was this. I built this little thingy here and then accidentally made it spill lava infinitely. This is going to be an extension of my lava redistribution system. I'm going to build this into a little bit of a reservoir as well, so I will be able to store more lava, because what's better than lava? More lava, right? I think we're all in agreement on that? Okay, good. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to, basically, I want to be able to, on command, flood the surface. Your fort is growing an arm. No, the volcano's growing an arm. I'm just helping. We're building an army. Arm who? Arm me! Well, I mean, in Caves of Cud, lava has value, so if lava has value in Caves of Cud, why not Dwarf? I think I tried to trade lava to somebody once, but I burnt up first, so I didn't actually get to ask them if they wanted to buy it. That's called obsidian. Tarantos. And unfortunately, it's not very valuable. It should just have a boulder value of 3. That, you know, honestly, you're probably correct. Sure, yes, my day just started. Weirdo in YouTube chat. I feel bad calling you weirdo, not gonna lie. Also, do I have a burrow turned on? I sort of do. I'll turn that off. Most of the dwarves are relaxing and celebrating. I also need to check forbidden jobs. Let's unpause, make totem. More than a few drams of lava. We've got an infinite supply, even. There must be a bunch of lava caps down in the basement. Single tiles of lava sometimes just cool off when water touches them, so not every level can be made into obsidian, but a lot of it can be made into obsidian. We're going to set up 2 pumps here. Do volcanoes dream of molten sheep? I understand half that reference, but I don't really get it. What? Why would volcanoes dream? You've seldom messed with it. It's lava safe, which in and of itself is a practical purpose. You can make obsidian short swords out of them, although they kind of suck. The main reason to make obsidian short swords is if you have no other metal on the map. So obsidian short swords are a practical reason to make them, or to acquire obsidian. That's probably the main one. It's always the first one that comes to my mind. So, yeah, I'm just gonna... That needs 2 blocks. Let's get 2 blocks into there. This little piece of scaffolding. Cold-blooded. Thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back. I don't mind obsidian walls. I think that obsidian workshops look kind of What? Did... You guys saw that, right? Where did you even go? He just vanished. Like, I know he died because, like, his pick's right there. And so are the bricks. But, like, I paused right away. Huh. I wish I liked Obsidian workshops, but I personally find that they just look really ugly. Also, this needs to be one tile longer. Did he explode? I mean, he disappeared. More like the Invisible Man. Huh. That's weird because like I have not seen a dwarf do that in a very long time where they stand on the tile that they deconstruct. I kind of figured he would stand like right there and deconstruct that one, but weird. I thought I would see a burning dwarf at the bottom. No. What have you... I would take that save file and send it to the developers, Toastcat, and then go back a save. Also, try turning multi-threading off. I have no idea. I've not heard many reports about crashing in this version. Thanksgiving? It's not Thanksgiving. What are you talking about? That was last month. I don't celebrate American Thanksgiving. The fuck do you think I'm doing? I'm in Canada. Someone over there. Once again, you guys need a Thanksgiving jar, and every time you're like, Thanksgiving stream? This is streaming on Thanksgiving? You owe me $1. Damn it. There's a gremlin. They keep pulling these levers, which is kind of fun. Get out! Which actually makes me think I should go down here. Just put like a dog behind this wall. Or something. Some sort of livestock, maybe a pig. That's more than $1, but it'll work. I'm also definitely joking about the you owe me $1 thing. I just think it's really funny. Because this is the only American holiday that everybody in America thinks that Canada also celebrates. Because we do, but you're just fucking late. It's like, it was only a month ago that I'm like, yeah, it's Thanksgiving, guys. Also, we have a Jabberer. I just need a second one for a breeding pair. So that's exciting. I may need to make animal traps, actually, for this. Can you have a check-in on your dwarf? You are military dwarf who's quite successful. You're actually a legendary axe dwarf. You most recently killed a bunch of things, actually, in Locked Brave, and took part in the fight outside of the fortress, which was pretty dramatic. You are a legendary axe dwarf at the moment. They're your favorite cave crawlers. They are the most effective head pluckers. I'm also going to turn that squad back on so that they can get their gear again. Cave crawlers are neat because they're like creepy giant centipedes or whatever. Nobody's noticed zappers and missing yet. Yeah, so when a gremlin walks through a door, it's considered claimed by an enemy, but forgotten beasts are wild animals, so they don't. Only intelligent, hostile entities can claim doors that you can't close again. Gremlins can do that because they are intelligent, hostile entities. As you started as a carpenter, you probably just like kept your axe equipped. Like, you probably never unequipped it. Unequipped it? Sure, those words seem correctish. And disguise themselves as dwarves. I think you're confusing gremlins and what necromancers should be. You need somebody in your faction to walk through the door, Arson. So, like, if an enemy is claimed by an enemy, yeah. Jabbers are neat because they're the size of elephants. Yeah, they're basically like giant ostriches, more or less. But like mean giant ostriches. Or maybe giant dodos? Fuck! Sorry, I've got a rabbit that gave birth to bunnies. Vile mug of vile forces. Yes. Vile force of mug with my vile force of darkness in it. The closest I've ever come to like aping on a Dwarf Fortress thing for merch. Well, crap, a gremlin followed a forgotten beast into your trap hallway? Oh no. It would be really great if the gremlin then pulled the beast and or pulled a lever and then locked the beast in your trap hallway. That would be like Dwarf Fortress working perfectly as intended. Okay, get those built. Then I just gotta very slowly go around the edge of this. Gremlin was like 10 seconds behind him. Oh, okay. Never heard that a gremlin is called intelligent. In Dwarf Fortress, gremlins are intelligent entities because they can talk and learn skills. What is Thanksgiving for? Celebrating the obliteration of the native population. What is it for? It's Christmas without gift giving, is what it is. In Canada, it's the Halloween celebration that Halloween properly deserves. But yeah, it's just like an excuse to eat a bunch of food, basically. That's it. You didn't want to base it on that? I mean, historically, like, it's not inaccurate. It is the accurate reality, which is why I like it as a Thanksgiving as like a Halloween holiday, because like Halloween is kind of a somber thing, if that makes any sense. Like, it's remembering the dead in a way, and I like that, because in Canada we celebrate Thanksgiving when it should be celebrated in October. Mostly because, like, honestly, like, the time difference between right now and Christmas Day is, like, way too close, and I don't need to eat two turkey dinners within a month. There's Day of the Dead, too. No celebration. You just go to a cemetery. I mean, that's a celebration. Although I will say that, like, the celebration of Halloween is mostly a little kids thing. And, like, I don't want to be mean to people. Shitty adults thing? Like, for me, Halloween is just, like, heavy metal season and just, like, be contemplative, I guess. Celebrate the dead, I guess. I mean, I was talking earlier today, someone over there, about how there's somebody on my street that's had, like, their Christmas stuff up since, like, since, like, September. So, and then I was talking about egging houses earlier. Not that I egged their house or anything, but I've thought about it. Still thinking about it. Man, fuck all those saints. Guys, like, that's my take on All Saints. But as far as All Hallows Eve goes, like, yes. Although, honestly, I think, sorry, like, America and Canada, both of you, Mexico does Halloween better than both of us. Like, truly. They got the best Halloween aesthetics. Like, Day of the Dead in Mexico. Some of the coolest looking shit I've seen at that time of year. Like, I've occasionally, like, very infrequently met people who live in the US, grew up in the US, spent their entire lives in the US, and have, like, one Canadian relative, and use that as an excuse to celebrate how, like, Canadian Thanksgiving instead of American Thanksgiving, purely because, you know, like, the best day to, like, go to the movie theater is, like, Thanksgiving. Like, the best day to, like, go out and do something that is normally crowded and busy is, like, Thanksgiving. I'm just saying. Also, as far as Europe goes on Halloween, like, Europe doesn't celebrate Halloween, but there are places in, like, Europe that have Krampus celebrations, which is basically just late Halloween. Like, I've seen videos of those, and you can't look at me with a straight face and... Okay, do I make a dialect joke or do I make an I don't care joke? Halloween does get celebrated in quite a lot of Europe. Source, you're European. You know, Hanswurst. I have to say that, sure, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, there's people here who celebrate lots of holidays that are not celebrated nationally or recognized nationally. But, like, there's a difference between, like, an individual deciding I'm going to go celebrate this holiday and, like, a country recognizing it, you know? I would also argue that all of North America celebrates Halloween very casually, mildly. Like, there are very few people who actually celebrate All Saints Day and All Hallows Eve and all that nonsense for what it actually is supposed to be. Most people literally just go and, like, dress up in fucking nonsense and just be silly. Like, most of North America celebrates Halloween the same way most of North America celebrates, like, fucking St. Patrick's Day. It's like an appropriated holiday that we have absolutely no business actually celebrating. So, anyway, there's a forgotten beast that's kind of a huge feathered rhinoceros. Yikes. And it has an enormous shell and a bloated body. Beware its fire. I hope that's not about to kill me. Cool, it's not. It looks like it's made of bones. Well, I realize that it probably has bones, but, like, its sprite looks like it's got no actual body to it. That's neat. What is it made out of again? It's just a feathered rhinoceros with an enormous shell. Huh. Maybe it's like the sprite's not quite working, but it's in a level where it can't get to me, so it's actually good for me. Same as Valentine's Day? I mean, Valentine's Day is a fake holiday. Like, that's like Black Friday, but for Hallmark. Well, it's just like the modern, like, Santa design is like an adventure, an invention of the Coca-Cola Company. Was it ever not horrible? Someone over there? And also, wait, by horrible, do you mean, like, embarrassing and gross? Or by horrible, do you mean, like, the sales are bad? Because maybe we have a different definition of horrible on this one. Iceland has the best version of Christmas? You mean every day of the year? Because it's Iceland? Sales are horrible? Oh, well, duh. Like, I don't know. I think Black Friday is just a little gross. You know, actually, when it comes to Valentine's Day, and also, I guess, Mother's Day, right? Like, if there's any industry that you're going to, like, come up with, like, a corporate, or not a corporate, that's the wrong word, a capitalistic excuse to celebrate the existence of, it's probably florists. Oh, I mean, I don't play EVE Online, so I wouldn't know, actually. Like, I already have a job playing video games. I don't need a video game that's also a job. Speaking of job playing video games, tomorrow we're going to be streaming as well, but I want to play that new Mountain Blade DLC. So I'm going to start a new Mountain Blade playthrough. I was playing a little bit last night just to remind myself how to play the game. I'm going to start a new playthrough, and we're going to be Vikings. And try and make boats. That's a fun take, Atomic. It's time to play Terraria for the Halloween event is what Halloween means. Thank you, Elbow Feet. You gets it. Username checks out Viking Ball. I mean, it's more just boats that also has Vikings, but... You know, it's really funny, like, I've been, like, interested in that Mountain Blade DLC for a minute. And, like, talking to my chat, it sounds like, oh, you know, there's some performance issues, but it's pretty good. If you look at the Steam reviews for that DLC, it sounds like it literally, like, killed every single reviewer's firstborn child and, like, committed a crime and, like, should be in prison. The DLC. And also, like, Tail Rules. It's like one of those, like, Steam review communities where it's like, man, I feel bad for anybody on this game. Because this seems, like, stressful. You know, it's just one of those games, Sax, where it's, like, perpetually getting broken and fixed and rebroken and refixed. Games with that many systems are, like, impossible to, like, make perfect all of the time. We're about to get hit by an ad in like 20 seconds, so we'll pause the game when the ad's hit. Yeah, I never actually played Warband. I mean, I've told this story before, Viking Ball, but I played like... I lost a summer to Mountain Blade, the original. A whole summer. And I bought it for 1 penny. I got it at Zellers in Canada, which is a store that doesn't really exist anymore. And it was in the DVD/games bargain bin. And I asked my mom if I could buy it, and she took one look at it and said, yeah, that seems fine. And it was like for sale for, it was like $5, I think was the price tag on it. Took it up to the counter, and the lady looked at it and says, okay. And goes to ring it up and then says, actually, it's not in our system. Like, I can't charge you for this. So all I can charge you is a penny. Is that okay? My mom shrugs and said, sure. So I got that game for a penny. No, they went bankrupt, and Target took over their space. Zellers went bankrupt, Target took over their space, and then everybody was like, well, Target sucks, and then Target left Canada, and now they're all Walmart. So I think it was actually just a Walmart psyop to, like, take over every single mall in Canada. Because Walmart wasn't that common here until then. Now Walmarts are, like, not everywhere, but a lot more prolific than they were before. I thought I paused the game, but I didn't. I feel like half of the bad reviews are people that just don't want to spend $30 on the DLC, Sandarin PL. I mean, maybe if the new faction seems weak. People complaining about bugs, people complaining about something else, and then also just people complaining for the sake of complaining so they get Steam points. That's what all the bad reviews for the, like, DLC seem to be for me. That and like the size of the patch. Like I saw a bunch of negative reviews. They're like, why is this 30 gigs? It's like, it's like, sigh. You want small game? Play Dwarf Fort. That's small game. Nobody complains about the size of Dwarf Fortress patches. Like, gigabytes wise. And new regions? Oh no, absolutely. Like I'm not complaining about it. But I do kind of get it though. Like, if you have slow internet, like that, I get the why is game so big complaints. Because I had slow internet for a long time. My favorite, like, why is video games so big complaint thing for a video game ever was when Battlefield... I can't remember which one. I can't remember which Battlefield. When a Battlefield game released, when Battlefield... I think it was 3? It was either 3 or 4. When one of those released, it took me 3.5 weeks to install it. And by the time it installed, most of my friends were done playing it. I remember being so bummed out. Hunt Showdown, which effectively had you re-download the entire game whenever a patch released. I feel that way about oh geez, what's the name of that game? Hunter Call of the Wild. Where like they'll be like, we released a gun, and that the patch for that one gun will be like 30 gigs. It's like, what the fuck did you do? Like, it's one gun. You added a gun and it's a DLC. What did you do? So yeah, that shit's just funny. So I'm gonna make some assumptions, Viking Ball. So please bear with me here. Tailworlds is a small studio, right? Like, chat here is probably more versed in the, like, I guess, saga of Mountain Blade than I am. Like, I lost a summer to the original. I never played Warband. I've never gotten into modding any of those games. Like, I very casually enjoyed Mountain Blade. And then, basically, that's it. Like, that is my history with those games. So, like, I kind of get why, like, Escape from Tarkov is getting a bunch of negative reviews right now on Steam. Because, like, I vividly remember, like, it being a promised thing that if you bought the game before it was out on Steam, you would get the Steam version. And I'm seeing a lot of people, like, complaining about that. Like, that makes sense. I get that. That and, like, that is a game that is designed to make you hate yourself and the game. So, like, it makes sense why people would leave negative reviews for it. Like, I don't know. I kind of get that to a degree. I'm going to, I think, make another exit right here. Because the dwarves need to be able to get up to here. That or... I'm actually just going to put an exit here. Just trying to figure out how they're... Because there's that. That's a bit roundabout. Yeah, no. That is what I'm talking about, Wasp. Although it always kind of amazed me how much money people spent on Escape from Tarkov. Like, genuinely. Like, that always kind of amazed me. I want to do something up here. And now I need to figure out what I'm going to do with this. So I think... Do I have floodgates? I don't. just gonna make some floodgates. Do I not have any Gabbro? Oh, I do. I'm just not seeing it in the list. Question, because I haven't thought really about Tarkov in a very long time. Is Tarkov still running in Unity? I think that's all. So Gutenberg Craft in YouTube chat says Mountain Blade got that kind of community that that people don't really like the game. I think that's just big video game communities to a point, or to a degree. Like, if you have a big enough community, you will have somebody who stopped liking a game for some reason. Like, I think I'm actually a good example of this, right? I really liked RimWorld at one point in time. I don't really like RimWorld anymore. And that's not me saying that RimWorld's a bad game. I fell out of love with that game. Like, I loved it for a very long time, and it stopped loving me, and enough changes were made to the game that I didn't want to play the game anymore. But there could be a world where I would still play it occasionally, which I don't, because I really don't want to play anymore. But I could see how somebody could play too much of a game or get frustrated with a change in a game and then have to keep fixing it to play it the way they want to play it with mods or whatever, and then whenever anything changes and that breaks, they get mad. I could see that. Like, there is a world where Dwarf Fortress's community could become like that if the game got big enough. Tarkov is still Unity. So the fact that okay, I acknowledge that Tarkov runs like ass. However, I think that is kind of a technological achievement that they managed to make that thing in fucking Unity. Like, that is kind of incredible to me. Like, just by default, like, that is kind of absurd. For breaking their modded games. Oh yeah, true. Actually, Bethesda's another one of those games that people just yell at them whenever they patch it. Which, like, sucks because, like, you know, you have to patch games. I need to take a piss. I will be back in a sec. Oh, Man-Bear Dwarf has been possessed. Also, yeah, Man-Bear Dwarf's been possessed. So here, have a bunch of new bugs. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I genuinely believe, having followed the games industry for so long, that being a game developer is kind of a thankless job. Especially, like, in the current era of games. Like, I have a very high tolerance for jank in games. Like, if things are, like, kind of broken, as long as it mostly achieves what it's trying to do, and the game runs, like, decent enough, I'm kind of okay with some jank. Like, I guess maybe I came from an era of Eurojank. Maybe okay, so we got green glass. Raw green glass. What's after raw green? Bones, yes. Maybe I just came from an era where like that was just more commonplace. I'm not sure, but jank doesn't generally bother me. That being said, I don't know if it's people's standards have gone up, and I generally think like that's not the case because like most people playing video games right now are playing Roblox. And it's not like those are like polished, well-made things generally. Like most of the people playing Roblox are just like bebopping around in like the jankiest, ugliest, shittiest looking piece of crap ever made. And like kind of fine with it. Hope the fort is thriving. Nothing crazy's happened yet. We had a Forgotten Beast arrive that can't access the fort, and that's good. I'm just babysitting a strange mood here. Did that command work, Pleasant Animal? I didn't hear it go off, but I also tend to tune it out in my brain, so. Yeah, Paradox is weird because on one hand, like, everybody hates them, but on the other hand, like, as Moreb points out, like, they handle patches correctly where you can go back, you can roll back very easily. You believe today is the day we hit 200 pop? That would be neat. It's possible. Bloodthorn logs. Schist, bronze bars. I hope you make something cool, Dwarf. Make me a door or a throne or a hatch. Let's see. Did the dwarves make me my floodgates? Yes, they did. So that's that. Give tanks? I do not need you to give or send tanks. Please, in fact, do not send tanks, Omega Loaf. For a while now, it's felt like every other time I turn around, I've had to be like, oh geez, they're sending tanks somewhere else. Please don't send them to Canada. Whatever you do, do not give tanks. But appreciate it. I know what you're trying to say. Canada definitely doesn't celebrate Thanksgiving. We do celebrate. Also, typo of the day goes to. We do, however, celebrate Thanksgiving. Huh? Oh, it's because those were built. Got it. Maybe they should? No, we're good. Too expensive. We got better things to spend our tax money on, like socialized healthcare. Let's leave it at where it was, Grumbar, as a typo and a minute-long joke, and then move on with our day. The reason Bannerlord gets so much hate is because Tale Worlds behaved during and after Bannerlord's early access. They promised a lot of features, and there was some progress to a certain point, and then they slowed down significantly. And then they completely ignored all questions in social media, and then they suddenly decided to release 1.0. Yeah, I remember that. And there will be no more content updates, just bug fixes, and the worst part about it is they left many systems half-assed and just removed them. Yeah, but that's game development, right? Jenny, right? Like, that's the sort of thing I don't really care about. Because that is literally just game development, right? I think, like, there is a reality that we live in. Oh, shit. Hold up. Unib, Manbear Dwarf, the Thresher has created Aerith Tunom, a schist figurine of Monum Gunmetal Unicorn. Wheel clasp. That was my noble. And offers it to the Song of Wind. That's going in my tavern. But like, I guess like that's why I have empathy, Janique 216, for game developers. And I know that like people will be like, oh, well, they behaved badly. Okay, sure, but like, hear me out here. You bought an early access product. Developers can promise something in early access, certainly. But it's kind of like backing a Kickstarter in a way, where that may not be the product that releases, right? Like, you can say, I'm trying to build this thing, and then not build that thing. Because that is product development. That is game development. There are thousands of games releasing on Steam every day. And I guarantee you, outside of the ones that were made in a week, using nothing of value, that are nothing of value, every single one of them went through iterations and changed. Cut features, added features. It's like filming a movie. Not every movie is going to get every scene that you film in it. And it may make for a better or a worse game. And I have a lot of empathy because nobody goes out and sets out to make a perfect game. Does that make sense? And regardless of what you say, you're going to get people mad at you. And I think that there's two ways that you can go about it. You can be rude to your community and just say, fuck you. Rather, there's three ways you can go about it. You can just be a douchebag, and then you look like Escape from Tarkov. You can ignore it, say nothing, and keep plugging away. Or you can just try your best to make excuses. Because, like, regardless, you're going to get attacked and harassed. Regardless of what you do. If something isn't working out. Be that a technology limitation, money, time, willingness. And I think that really sucks. Anyway, a forgotten beast named Nazom has come. A great humanoid composed of ash. It has a pair of spindly antennae, and it undulates rhythmically. That is very weak. And it's in the layer above the one that I have access to. And, like, yeah, no, I get that it, like, can suck if, like, you buy a thing and it doesn't get every single thing put into it that you wanted. But I think, like, the statement of, like, they expect modders to fix it is, like, one of the silliest things I've ever heard. Like, and I see that written a lot in various places on forums and in discussion. And it's genuinely silly to me. Because if somebody sets out and says, I want to create this piece of art, and something happens that prevents you from doing it and completing that exact thing the way that you envisioned it, it is categorically the worst for the person trying to make the thing. People had too high hopes after Warband? Sure, I never played Warband, so. Hi, New. I'm glad you liked the 7-hour tutorial. I'm making tutorials again, periodically, when they make sense, so. Considering it's been a while. Well, it's just like, I know probably very few people here are playing Skate. There was a bug in the free-to-play Skate game that EA made where you could basically, like, launch yourself into space by, like, making yourself as tall as possible and doing a specific key combo, and you'd, like, fly into the atmosphere. T-posing. And they removed it from the game. And there's some people got very upset about that, but they haven't put it back in. They should just put a jetpack in that game, in reality. Well, happy to help, Reese. I need to put that figurine here, because we need to see that. You just watch the tutorials and do your best to replicate them in different situations? What, for Dwarf Fortress? Oh, it's singing time. They must be celebrating the new figurine.
12 months can't prove ITY.
12 months can't prove... I read that like as can't prove I can fly, and I was like, that's a weird typo. But Wasp, thank you very much for the year. Even the ghost is celebrating. Did they cancel that? Oh, they must be transporting it. Well, thanks for hanging out, Wasp. Also, mods, can I get a shout out for Wasp if I have any mods lurking? I think people get upset when the game runs super, like, terribly on their super expensive PC. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. Like, pricing for PCs is, like, a scary thing at the moment. For Walsp. W-A-L-S-P. Yeah, not them. Definitely not them. Stone. I mean, we're not even really talking about Dwarf Fortress specifically. The Wasabi Menthol. We're talking about, like, jeez. Today we've talked about Tarkov. We've talked about Mountain Blade. We've talked about, I don't know, various other things. It's been kind of all over the place. This is superior quality muscle shell figurine. Interesting. Of Gunmetal Unicorn. On the item is a superiorly designed image of Gunmetal Unicorn, the dwarf, and a gecko devil in muscle shell by Wilmar. This is the wrong figurine, isn't it? No, that's the right figure. I have two of Gunmetal. Okay, well, hold up. What is this? He's embracing the Gecko Devil? Well, that's metal as all hell. Gunmetal Unicorn is dead. They were my Baroness. Baron. I mean, I'm not judging. It's just kind of poetic, I guess. I don't want to talk about the performance of Dwarf Fort, I'll be honest with you, mate. Because, like, yeah, you can break most computers with Dwarf Fort, but you can also make Dwarf Fort run on, like, literally a, like, Pentium 2. So, it's entirely how you set up your fort. But, anyway. That's the beauty of any sandbox game like this, is it can run like shit if you want it to. Monster Fuggers are coming out? I beg your pardon? They're rude. Unless you're calling my ex-Baroness a Monster Fugger. What's wrong with hugging a demon? Sometimes you just gotta hug a demon. It's like me on a Monday. Just embrace your inner demons. You'll have a better time with life. That's always a tricky thing the first time you do it. Gremlin, drive it away! Man, these gremlins as actives. Where was I going to put... Man, you made it all the way up there. That's impressive. They keep coming from here. The thing is, gremlins are trap-avoid. I'm putting it in the tavern so dwarves can actually enjoy it. Jesus. Did I forget about the Forgotten Beast? It wasn't on the same level as my fort, so it's fine. But no, I didn't forget about it. Or rather, it's on a level where it can't get into my fort. So it's not something I need to worry about. Well, it's getting hot in here, so take off all your... Goose. Which update? Are you talking about the Siege update? For everything, yes. If you've generated a world since the Siege update, you're fine. It's very rare that you need to make a new world for everything. The only one that I would say probably is if you haven't updated since version 53 point or whatever it was for the Siege update. But if you're talking about the one since then, nah, you're fine. Semi-Forgotten Beast? You mean a Peterbilt? Yeah, if you haven't played in a while, then yes, you should make a new world. It's gonna shank the Forgotten Beast alive. Give it a knife. Goose with a knife. Okay, so are you both connected? You are, and you are. Okay, let's just go open this up. And let's take a peek at this. So this is a figurine of gunmetal unicorn. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is masterfully designed image of gunmetal unicorn, the dwarf, and leeches by Man-Bear Dwarf. Gunmetal unicorn is surrounded by the leeches. Gunmetal unicorn looks terrified. It is encrusted with oval schist cabochons and decorated with trillion cut glass gems. And pig bone and encircled with bands of rectangular green zircon cabochons. And bloodthorn. This object menaces with spikes of bronze and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of elbow painted the rhyolite bed. And pig leather. Can you have a craft store? Sure, dragon. I've got 2 craft dwarfs. Your dwarf has a reputation. Well, it's like one is like the other figurine which I put there by mistake is a figurine of something that they like, which is gecko demons, and then the other one is something that they hate, which is leeches. She loves gecko demons but hated leeches. That works for you? Sweet. Clockwork, chamber locked, has a strong tendency towards privacy. She installs multiple VPNs and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. She tends to avoid crowds and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She doesn't focus on material goods and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes freedom and independence are completely non-negotiable and would fight to defend them, and is offended by leisure time and leisurely living. Nord? That's not a VPN. That's a PSYOP, dragon. Come on. You should know that. Now, this stream is sponsored by Mulvet. I don't know. Pick your VPN. She likes gypsum plaster and steel and fire agate, as well as giant adder bone and hemp fabric. and leather armor, coins, and chickens, and for their scratching. And the words of the wanderer of Walkingham. Impossible prefers to consume sand pear cider and bitter oranges, and absolutely hates flies. I mean, I use Proton. I don't pay for it, but I use Proton. Rather, I use Proton Mail, but I don't pay for their premium package because I don't need those features. And I'm not going to tell you guys what VPN I use because it's none of your business. Now this is done. I feel like we're running out of rock blocks. Yes, we are. Tapir cheese? Why tapir cheese? So right now would maybe be like the worst time for goblins to invade me, so let's hope that they don't. I jinxed it? Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Why would it be the worst time? Because I'm about to do a bunch of construction outside of my walls. And so, like, it would be tough to get the dwarves back inside. You have pear cider in the fridge for today's festivities. Gotcha. This is like a semi-surface fort, Wasabi, because like this is technically underground. How many more bedrooms do I need? Actually, not many. It's weird being caught up. Let's go a few layers deeper. And let's start right around here. So essentially what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a big old reservoir down here. This fort reminds you of Khazad Dûm. I take that as a compliment. That was a misclick. You say that like it's stopped, Petrolsky. It's like you clearly don't come around here very often if you think that actually stopped. It's more of a like I need like a response or something when people ask if this is RimWorld that's like an equivalent of, is this an out of season April Fool's joke? Because that's kind of what it seems like. I mean, I'm glad you feel that way. Feeling isn't mutual. I don't know what to say, really. I I'm glad that the internet still has its annoying tendencies to drive a joke so deeply into the ground that it ceases being a joke. I don't know. This is the alpha for Sims 5. Man, if only The Sims was good. But what have you been up to, Petrolsky, aside from, like, you know, still thinking that that joke is funny? I mean, I'm not annoyed because I'm an adult. I just mostly just kind of go, how are you? It's kind of all it really is. If I was that fragile, I would have quit this industry a long time ago. As a bystander like you, it just makes most of chat go, grow up. That's about it, really. You mean how their baby's first Dwarf Fort is doing? I mean, it's ironic because, like, I've been raiding RimWorld streams all week because the hot potato's happening. Anyone unimportant in your fort gets 3x2 for furniture. I like varying the sizes of my bedrooms because it's more interesting for me to look at. Could be worse. No, totally. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just kind of a, here we go again. Oh boy. Back for round 247,000. We got the Siege update before GTA 5. I mean, not gonna lie, we got a lot of things before GTA 5. It's probably related to depression, as in, like, you have, like, what's it called? I want to just say dementia-like symptoms because that's what you just said, but there's a word for this. It's like something depression, something amnesia. It's like where you get symptoms of, like, memory loss, but caused by, like, chronic depression. I know what that is, but I'm just, like, forgetting, like, the word that actually describes the disorder. Well, not necessarily seasonal depression, but like you can have, like, depression-induced memory loss. Depressive thinking disorder? Huh. I just melted a dwarf. Like dissociation disorders. Yes, that's something with that. Anyway. Yes. I'm not sure which one it was. I don't think I ever got a notification for Zapper's End melting either. Which is weird, actually. Time to post lava? Post lava pre-volcano. But anyway, I'm glad you're getting diagnoses. Like, as somebody who had a lot of shit wrong with his brain a couple years ago, well, still wrong with my brain. It doesn't actually like make anything easier getting diagnoses, but it does like make explaining it to yourself easier, and like that is kind of a lot, even if it might not seem like it. So, good job. Well done, mate. Figuring out what's wrong is the first step to recovery, I guess. Or first step to building healthy coping methods. Which I think, at least for me, was the biggest part. The elves still haven't invaded me and are still trading with me for some reason. Which is wild. No, because like a week after they die, it should say that the dwarf has been missing for a week. Like you should get a notification stating that they're missing. A week after they die, but like if that notification isn't popping up, either it's been disabled for some reason or like something's wrong there. Have you guys been seeing the dwarf has been missing for a week notification? Because now that I think about it, I had a bunch of ghosts show up yesterday, last stream, with like no real indication as to when they died, and I was kind of confused by that, so I wonder. Lava doesn't burn down trees. Lava just burns trees. It burns the leaves off, but it doesn't actually kill the trees. Which is like exceptionally unrealistic, but... You still get it in your fort on the current patch? I must just automatically be, like, clearing them then. Which is very typical me. What's up, Iceblue? You have no idea how they died? Yeah. Oh. It was T-Dog, by the way. Rip T-Dog. Should be more careful with those. Upgrading most of my squads now, which is good. Fully kitted out in Metal Gear. Well, it's at least in my experience, it was never a yeah, you're good. It was always there's probably something wrong, but we have no firm statement as to what it is. Which is very frustrating. Was always what I got. For them to snipe from, but it's quite high, higher than you discussed in the video. I'm currently not providing them with fortifications, so I'm hoping that they can be firing at enemies. What are you using? Are you using Marks Dwarves, Catapults, or Ballista? Catapults basically need to be on the same level as like the enemy. Ballista can be a few levels up, but like if you put them a few levels up, they're not going to get the same piercing effect because it's going to be going at an angle and not like flat. Marks Dwarves can be really high up, but also if they don't have fortifications, do be warned that the enemy can shoot back at you. Bolt throwers can aim pretty far down. Like bolt throwers, you're probably fine. Like I've got like the enemy generally comes into the fort around here, and I've got bolt throwers up here, like 4 levels up, and they can't hit around here, but they can hit over there. So, like, The higher you put them up, though, like, the less total fire arc you'll have. If you make a slab, sort of like Petrolsky just said, if you make a slab and then place the slab, that'll deal with the ghost. So I'm just like slowly placing memorials in places. And I'm also encrusting them, or a lot of them, with gems. So they kind of act like a little statue, basically. And so I'm just slowly distributing those around the fort. That's interesting. I think you might be the first person in my chat to ever state that learning Dwarf Fortress, you turned off enemies. That's interesting. Huh. Fascinating. Because, like, I feel like there's, like, this, like, pressure that people put themselves under to, like, just play games the way they're, like, set up by default a lot of the time. And it's very rare that I actually see people saying that they're turning off enemies. That's fascinating. It's neat to know that some people do, though. Considering, like, when Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam, the number of people that were just like, I died in the tutorial because I got invaded on day 6. They put me right next to a Necromancer tower. It was, like, kind of common. But no, I respect it. That's good. Holy shit. Somebody who just, like, does the thing that I always tell people to do. This is wild for me because I often tell people to do that, like just turn stuff off if it's too much and just learn your way around it. And people are like, no. But it's neat seeing somebody do that. No, not easily, Pep Saduk. For the same reason that, like, I wouldn't set that, like, you kind of can't set, like, axe dwarves as woodcutters. You're gonna get conflicts with uniforms, Pep. So you could use it to train dwarves that you'll then move into a squad, but once they're in a squad, they should just be in the squad, or you're gonna have conflicts that are gonna be annoying to deal with. You even turned aquifers off at first, but then you realized how useful they actually are. I'm glad that people, like, are, like, or the Dwarf Fortress community is starting to come around on aquifers a bit, because, like, when aquifers were only heavy aquifers, like majority of the Dwarf Fortress player base played with aquifers off, or, like, modded out, or, like, just disabled in some way. But ever since they added the option to play with light aquifers, or made light aquifers the default, that has just kind of become, like, a moot piece of advice, really. Like, you should learn how to play with aquifers, even if they can be a bit annoying. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I find them annoying sometimes, but, like, they're just so useful. And it seems like, oh, I don't know, like, however long light aquifers have been in the game, people are finally starting to come around on the fact that, like, yeah, aquifers are very useful if properly utilized. Like, the most annoying thing about this map for me is that it doesn't have an aquifer. Like, don't get me wrong, they take a little bit of fiddling to, like, figure out how to properly use them, but oh my god, they're so useful once you figure it out. But yes, exactly, Devilish. But, like, less and less am I seeing people who just bought the game who are like, oh, the tutorial I was watching told me to turn them off. Does that make sense? Like, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, when I make videos about Dwarf Fortress, I try to include light aquifers versus varied aquifers versus heavy aquifers, and, like, how to get through a light aquifer in the tutorial itself. I try to include that as part of the tutorial because, like, to me, that's, like, step one of learning the game is, like, how to get through an aquifer. Whereas, and, like, when I make an updated getting started guide, I'm actually just going to straight up advise people turn enemies off. But, like, I've always tried to include that, and it's nice to see that becoming the common knowledge instead of, like, disable aquifers being the common knowledge, I guess. Water is complicated in general in Dwarf Fortress. Like, that is a huge chunk of the learning curve, but Used to think it would, with no aquifers, that doesn't mean caves don't have lakes, etc. No, that's true. Absolutely. Aquifers, like, does remove some amount of soil in the game. If you, like, disable them in World Gen, like, you will get less moisture, quote unquote, but yeah, you won't get no moisture. Is there any positive reason to embark near seas and not rivers or lakes? I've defended fortresses with oceans before. Oceans can be a lot of fun to fuck around with. Is there any reason to? I don't know. It's different. You get different animals in the oceans, which are fun. It's more water. I mean, is there any reason to embark anywhere, right? You get different wildlife is the main draw. Snakes helping others. Looking to see Fearless. Do I have any free spots in my squads? Get in a squad, Ficod. What you? I need a new squad leader. Although I could actually just move one of these dwarves to being a squad leader. Humorless. You're a spear dwarf. Pump it through a pump. Clean salt water is the most direct one, gunmetal. That or just don't touch it and dig till you find water. Which is honestly usually what I do. I just go get cavern water, but there are some other ways to do it as well, but they're less straightforward and less consistent. I just use a pump. What Armor said. How you doing, Armor? How's my favorite little, I was going to say gearling, but like armorling doing? How's my favorite helmet doing, I guess? Saltwater causes problems to machines and buildings, and seaside life is rusty. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. When you do mega projects, you reduce the population cap and turn off enemies, and you still have the wilderness for like 10 to 20 years. Oh, I've done that before. Yeah. I've stopped doing that as of late, though. Because I don't do all that many mega projects these days. This dwarf could start a squad. Make another crossbow squad. Boyer. So mastering a skill, position. Yeah, you'll do fine. How about you? High kinesthetic stance, poor memory. Doesn't care about craftsmanship, tough. You're creative though. You're a fisher dwarf. You recover quickly. You are strong. So creating a great work of art. Can handle stress. Got your parents for the holiday? How am I? I'm all right. I mean, I'm trying to keep... I was trying to keep count in my head of how many times people wished me a happy Thanksgiving, and then I respond with, like, that was last month, silly. I've lost count. So it's definitely American Thanksgiving. Hope you're enjoying your time with family. 93. Ah, did you do a Control F, Reese? Towers of Rule. I will say, because it's Thanksgiving and for America's and also a Black Friday-ish things, Twitch has a sale on 5 packs of gift subs and above. I gotta say that. There's that. Yeah, no, I'm all right. You know, just chilling, vibing, playing the video games. He doesn't mind a little too much Discord and day-to-day living. He's quite polite and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Finds a pursuit of skill mastery off-putting and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes rose gold and cherry opal and lychee wood and snowy owl leather, olm tooth, and rami fabric, as well as pigtail paper. Poor aesthetic stands disdain skill, hates self-control. Well, okay, you're a weird dwarf. Go do unrelated dwarf things then. It's nice that we got some migrants though. Are those traders still there? Yes, they. Oh no, they've left. I was too slow. That's fine. As I'm worrying about this. You haven't seen me not make a mega project? Okay, to me, like, a mega project is usually takes me a very long time, real time. So, like, a fort like this, I'm not planning on running this fort for a stupidly long time. Like, I will probably run this fort for maybe another week and then move on to the next fort. To me, a mega project, the last mega project that I did was probably Colorbeard, which was that giant arena that I literally played for like a month and a half. That's kind of a mega project. And the reason I don't do them is, like, I've said this a zillion times, the audience gets bored. People stop watching as much as they did previously. And that's not great in general for me when people stop watching as much. So, like, people get bored of very large forts. So I tend to get bummed out if I do mega projects and or end them earlier than I would otherwise. What'd you name a spear dwarf? Do I have any spear dwarves? That's the current question. I have a singular spear dwarf. Will you take it? They also have a beard. Magnifier. Also, I think you're in an ad, so I will wait. If you're not in an ad, let me know. If you are in an ad, you won't hear this. Blind in the blindy. What's up, Porito? Portito? Yes and no, Gunmetal Unicorn. Also, I don't know if you're in an ad either. I don't know if anybody's in an ad. Yeah, also I tend to agree with Wasabi here, actually. Wasabi says they don't designate massive to be a mega project. They usually consider mega projects to be something that you dedicate most of your fort's life to doing. Yeah, like Fire Orb was a mega project because I built a giant ball of glass with a fortress around the ball of glass, supported the ball of glass with supports, and then filled it up with demons and lava. And then collapsed it. That was a mega project. Because that was like an idea that I had before I started the fort. Cool. Magnifier. In regards to long-term forts being good for stories or history videos, yes and no. Yes, because it's sometimes possible to build super big ones. No, because the amount of footage I have to use for them, like if you actually watch a lot of my videos, most of them either jump in the middle, and those are usually the longer ones, or they like are actually pretty short, the forts themselves, because like I think maybe like the Gremlin video is like an example of a longer fort that ended up like that. But most of them that end up super long just get a bit unwieldy and actually are, I find, harder to make into videos like that. Like, the Gremlin video, I want to say, is like 700 gigs of footage. But I only use like maybe 10% of it in the video. But it's like hard to edit because it's so unwieldy. Also, your last name is Teethpick, which is a fun name. He never becomes angry. He's prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He likes to present himself modestly, and he dislikes abstract. He likes to present himself modestly, and he does not respond to emotional appeals, and he likes to present himself modestly. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He often feels discouraged and often acts with compassion. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he has a calm demeanor. He doesn't handle stress well, and he is assertive, and he has an active imagination, has a greedy streak, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of mastering skill, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Does not care about art one way or another. Likes basalt and fire pewter, as well as cinnamon and glossier, as well as fire imp fabric. As well as fire imp what now? Sorry, not fire imp fabric. Fire imp leather, naff fabric, and chains and donkeys for their stubbornness. And when possible, prefers to consume harp seal, nautilus, and rhubarbs and Kenwa beer, and absolutely hates large roaches. Sorry about that. I like lost what I was reading halfway through it. You have a couple friends in the fort. No kills. And you are in the Cuts of Swords, which is my more recently created squad. And you're a skilled spear dwarf. Actually gonna get these squads training again. Chat, I'm gonna quickly go eat my sandwich. It's really early for me to eat lunch, but my body is trying to kill me, and I don't really feel like eating more of my dextrose. So I will be back in a moment after I've eaten a sandwich. There's a typo in the dwarf name? Shit, that actually doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Yep, you are correct. Blood sugar is low, so I'm running at like 12% brain comprehension. You guys can follow this dwarf. I will be back in a moment.
Sandwich! You fucking donkey!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Over here, he has a sword!
Cheese for
I return
everyone!
having consumed a sandwich. Passes out in the middle of the hall. What? They're not using their bedroom? Okay, that's stupid. They actually have like a barracks assigned. Oh, actually, maybe this squad doesn't. When they're on duty, they're supposed to sleep in here. Oh, well, I turned that. That explains it. Oh no, it is turned on for them. That's weird. They should sleep in that barracks. For everyone, Sanatoskar. All right, well, this down here, I'm going to dig these up here. I'm also going to go, oh, do we? So this is why it would be really bad if something invaded me right now, because currently they just straight up have a way into the fortress. Like, they could just walk into the fortress. So I need to get this sorted. Because now this is all connected here. They can go along here, and then down into here. And they still sort of have this, so I need to get this all filled up with lava. Like, sooner than later. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to go 1. It's what, 7? That's 7 by 2. 6 by 2, 7 by 2. 7 by 2. Oopsies. Allah, the siege operator, has been possessed! Oopsies. And they have claimed the craft store shop. Good stuff. I don't know how I kept fat thumbing that hotkey, but I did. You made your first magma smelter today and only one dwarf died? That's pretty good. It's a pretty good magma smelter to dwarf ratio. Yeah, figuring out how to, like, mess with lava safely is a pretty slow process, honestly. So this basically is going to be filled completely up with lava. Once I've filled it up with lava, I will then be able to basically slowly dig tunnels from the outside and set them up, and then I will be able to redistribute the wealth, lava. Redistribute the wealth, if in this case the wealth is also burning rock, around the map to wherever I please, whenever I please it. So we're getting very close to being able to do that. All right, so you're going to do that. We're going to get those built. This is now all constructed all the way over to here and then back down into here. So I need a lever, preferably one that's really well protected. So instead of putting it there, where I've had levers get broken before, I'm going to go lever, and we're going to put it somewhere a little bit more secure. I'm thinking somewhere that's not super heavily trafficked. But still accessible. I'm going to put it over here. I've also got this one that's already set up. Perfect. That's 1. That's 2. And we got 3 and 4. What are you going to use those magma smelters for, if I can ask, Burrito? Remember your magma control gates flooding away? Floating away. Oh, because the mechanisms were not lava safe? Yeah, I've just kind of gotten into the habit over the years of, like, automatically making most of my mechanisms out of lava safe materials. Like, when I start making mechanisms, I'll just be like, well, I'm just going to make these all out of whatever rock I happen to have that's lava safe, like obsidian or whatever. It's like, I'm just going to make lava safe ones just so that I, like, don't fall into that. It's just so I don't make that mistake, because that would be pretty embarrassing for one thing. But on top of it being embarrassing, it would also just be like, well, chat would laugh at me. And I would never survive. I would definitely melt along with my mechanisms. So let's get this done. We're just going to follow a dwarf who's linking stuff. The fact that, like, a huge chunk of the fortress is just, like, socializing at all times is actually really good for this fort. That's... You are in a rough mood. This dwarf is in... Okay, you're doing okay. But that other one was in a rough mood. So, chat, I'm going to humor all of the Thanksgiving wishes and let me ask you guys a question. Best Thanksgiving side dish, and why? Because, personally, my actual favorite thing that gets made for Thanksgiving is my older sister makes these cheese balls. Basically, she takes, like, fancy goat cheeses and, like, brie and other things and mixes them all together. And, rolls them up into a ball of spices and herbs, and they're served with these little chips that she makes, these little homemade crackers that she makes. I like how pumpkin pie is a side dish, not a dessert, but, you know, fair. Honestly, I too would have pumpkin pie as a side dish. But the best side dish, stuffing. I tend to agree, yeah. Stuffing is up there, certainly. Although, I'm very partial to, like, I like to make pickled beans for Thanksgiving now. Like, that's something I've only started doing the past few years. I make dill pickle beans. Those are pretty good. Sure, but, like, a pie that isn't a dessert, and also this is not, like, limited to outside North America, right? Like, there are absolutely pies out there that are not a dessert. However, there's savory pies and there's sweet pies. A savory pie isn't a dessert. A sweet pie generally is a dessert. Unless it's pumpkin pie, which it's usually breakfast. But also, outside of North America, they don't know what a pumpkin is, so that's a them problem. I mean, that's not a hot take. One of my favorite things, actually, Gunmetal, which I haven't done in a really long time, is a savory pumpkin pie, which is actually, like, closer to a quiche, usually. You take, like, pumpkin puree and you make a pumpkin pie in, like, a pie crust, but instead of, like, adding sweetener and stuff to make it into, like, a pumpkin pie, like a dessert, you add in, like, egg, you add in, like, what's it called? You add in egg, you add in, like, rosemary, salt, like that sort of thing, and you make, like, a savory pumpkin pie. More people need to try that. But, like, Megalodon, you can't look me in the eye, my one working eye, and tell me to my face that apple pie is not a dessert. I would respect the take, but I would just look at you and be like, come on. Like, I can't, as much as I want to agree with you on that, and I want to like justify me going to a certain restaurant that I really like to just order a piece of apple pie, it's a dessert. That exists outside of Austria. Orange, or not orange, George. But yeah, no, I've had pumpkin seeds and pumpkin seed oil in and around salads. Yeah. People don't know what pumpkins are? Yeah, no, certainly. No, I've this has been a, like, not really a joke, I guess, but like a random thing in the chat for years, which is people in Europe don't know what pumpkins are. Mostly because it's not anywhere near as commonly grown a crop in Europe as it is in North America and Canada. We were talking earlier about Canada being gigantic. It turns out pumpkin harvest once a year, takes a fuckload of property and land, and you don't get much of a crop. So it's like kind of a redundant crop to grow in places where like space is limited. So as much as like I like love a pumpkin, it's been a bit of a joke, I guess. I do love a good pot pie. No, absolutely. I mean, I like a shepherd's pie in a pie crust, actually. Like, just take all of the ingredients of shepherd's pie, but put it in a pie crust instead of a casserole dish. That stuff's pretty good. Yeah, because we eat them all. Why would we export them? Until being in Austria? It's right next to the sesame seed oil in the grocery store, but maybe that's because I live somewhere that's very international, I don't know. But like, sunflower seed oil, pumpkin seed oil, sesame seed oil on the same shelf at my grocery store. Right next to like the canola oil and like the... I swear that dwarf walked into that lava, but Viking didn't. Right next to like, you know, basically all the other seed oils. I'm trying to think of like there's other seed oils that I'm like not thinking of off the top of my head, but okay. So you're connected, you're connected, you're connected. Is the last one being done? Yep. Grapeseed oil, yeah, that's another one. I'm sorry, what? One of those oils is not like the other. Gunmetal unicorn. Well, just because people are hoity-toity about like taking a seed and crushing it and saying that it's only an us thing doesn't mean that it doesn't exist elsewhere. I mean, that brand might not exist elsewhere. That I know, Megalodon. I know. But like, I just have to, whenever I read that, it's always that's It's like a therapist.com situation, you know? Baby oil is 100% made from pressed babies. Naturally, what else would it be made? From... Because it also just looks like you wrote grapeseed oil, but just forgot the G. It's common because of how common it is in Asian cuisine. Sure, no, absolutely. And how common sesame is on top of burgers. But no, I use sesame oil in like almost everything. Like there are so many things I put sesame oil in. Okay, so you're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. Click this, click that, pull this lever. So now that that's pulled, do I smooth this? What do you think, chat? I could smooth all these walls. Do I smooth this? just the word factory baby is scary to me, so I'm just gonna leave that one where it sits. My email's on my website if you want to go find it. You don't need to tell me that you want to email me. Just go grab my email and email me. Person in YouTube chat who super chatted. You can also DM me on Discord if that's easier. Although, if you add me as a friend on Discord and DM me, I might just block you because I'll presume you're a bot. So don't add me as a friend. Just an FYI. Because all the bots do that. They send you a DM that says hi, and then they add you as a friend. Do I need to smooth this? Nah, it's just for aesthetic things. Okay, we'll smooth it. Because this is soon to be filled with lava, and then will no longer really be smoothable. They should be 100% homemade. I'm presuming most of you have, or some of you at least, have seen the movie Robots. Whenever conversations like this happen, my brain immediately goes to the scene in Robots when they're just like getting the parts of their new baby shipped to their house. So, I like that movie. I wonder how that movie ages. The whole building the baby's the fun part. It's like, I hate these instructions. It's like, that's a good movie. I love how we went from, like, talking about pumpkins to pumpkin seed oil to babies being... baby oil being made out of pressed babies. Yep, Robin Williams was a voice in that movie. Correct. I saw that movie in theaters. Twice, actually. Once for a birthday party and once because my little sister wanted to see it. Why am I filling this with lava? So that I can make lava go other places really quickly. That's why I'm filling this with lava. Because who doesn't want a lava geyser device? Okay, so now that all this is done, I'm gonna forbid it. I'm gonna forbid all the rocks in it so that the dwarves don't do it dumb. Oopsies. And then go up to here, and then go right. I need to put a roof on this. Started a new world and changed the mineral deposits to sparse after conversation about it in the stream last week, and now you're actually struggling to find ore. What a concept. Yeah, I don't know if it's like if it necessarily lends itself to better gameplay, Toastcat. It's just the way I'm used to playing. And so, how dare you play a video game differently than me? Play it exactly the same way I do, because then you'll have the same enjoyment as I do. I don't know. I couldn't imagine playing the game without struggling to find ore, which has become a large part of the enjoyment of the game for me over the years. Just gonna wait for one Dwarfus to get up us and put a Brickus there's. So my chief medical dwarf tantrumed and killed one of my soldiers. Mr. Chief... Also, I don't have a bookkeeper? The fuck happened to my bookkeeper? Just gonna let my mayor do that for a bit. All right, Chief Medical Dwarf, you're fired. You're also having your pick rights taken away from you. I also love that there's a pony here. I'm kind of blaming the pony for that. And you, like I said, are having your pick rights taken away. How come they're not reporting crime? You literally just, like, murdered somebody. Like, literally, like, you went in there and just, like, murdered one of my soldiers. That's crazy, man. That's, like, kind of annoying, actually. Regardless, though, the Chief Medical Dwarf is now officially fired. I'm gonna enable this real quick. Just get all of this doctoring sorted. I don't think dwarves have that. Hand of Fate. Also, a siege operator went berserk after all that started. Jeez. Question is, do I have extra tombs? I don't think I do, so I'm just going to quickly make some. Okay, we're caught up now. Just gotta get those built. We're in an ad break, so I will pause. No, normally they would report the crime while they're having training, like while they're training, Xanath. So I'm not sure. Maybe literally none of them value the law? But that kind of doesn't make much sense. It may be, actually, I could possibly check this. Oh, Captain of the Guard is asleep. Also, I'm going to unassign you from your bedroom, Captain, and we are going to go down to over here, and I'm actually just going to make this into your bedroom because that was originally supposed to be your bedroom anyway. They went insane. They couldn't find the other things, specific thing that they wanted. I tried everything I could think of, and they just went nuts. So technically, I failed the mood, is what happened. This dwarf looks like they're holding a shield. Oh, there's just a wheelbarrow behind them. That makes sense. All right. So, allow me to unforbid this. How many dwarves are resting? Not actually that many. Is he trying to say that it was a justified murder or something? Nope. It just hasn't been reported. I'm not saying it was a justified murder. And neither are the dwarves. It just simply wasn't reported. But I think most likely it's because the captain of the guard was asleep and hasn't woken up yet. Those are not rowdy, angry dwarves. Those are my soldiers. Some of them are a little stressed because they're soldiers. They're training a couple months on and a couple months off, and they're not actually all that pissed. They're also in that hallway because it's underneath a fountain. Who the fuck is Reacher? A Reacher is... Oh, that's a human caravan. A Reacher is a creature from the caves. They look like that. Ugly little motherfuckers. That's what a Reacher is. If that's not a reason to name someone after a Chaos Worshipper, well, they're dead, so... I kind of can't. They did go into a foul mood, which was neat. You don't see that very often, but... Also, if you're watching the YouTube stream, please don't forget to leave a like on the stream. I haven't built a new fort in a minute, so... the YouTube has stopped recommending the streams a bit. And also, it's been a bit since the last major update. And if you're watching on Twitch... Thanks for tuning in, especially if you're somewhere where it's a holiday. Although that being said, please do prioritize your family. I think that's probably more important than watching my dumb stream on a holiday. If you happen to be somewhere where it's a holiday right now, I don't know where that could possibly be. Jeepers Reachers? Yeah, exactly, Quasar. Regardless, though, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for people who tuned in and watched. Quite literally, like... This is the coolest job in the world, and I only get to do it because people watch. And because it's a holiday in some part of the world, I don't know where that is, Twitch has a sale going on. So if you gift 5 subscriptions, the game's thinking. Interesting. If you gift 5 subscriptions, you get a discount. Why is the game thinking? While you prep for people to come over, did you finish cleaning the house? No, it's not crashing. If it was crashing, it would crash. Like, in my experience, if Dwarf Fortress crashes, it crashes. Dwarf Fortress isn't crashing. It's, thinking. Yeah, there you go. It's back. Historically, like, Dwarf Fortress would look like it's going to crash every single time it's saved on my computer. Like, it was like version 47 was like weird. It's like every single time the game would save, it would stop responding, and I would get like the full screen pop-up saying, Dwarf Fortress is not responding! And like every time I would just like sit there for a minute and it would just start responding again after like 30 seconds. So. Daneth Oscar, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Today may end up being a really long stream. I don't know. Highly depends on how I feel. Yeah, so when I do that, I just get a little bit nostalgic. Lol Dio. Oh, geez. Kazoom, thanks for the 5-pack as well. With my stammering over Dwarf Fortress thinking. So when we get these built, I will remove this bridge and close the floodgates. And we can fill that up with lava. Also, Fugly Noodle's a funny name. There we go. What holiday? I don't know. Something Thankfulness Day for the United Americas of the States. I don't know. Seems like a scam. Probably promoted by Big Turkey. Our ancestors didn't starve. Well, the ones who survived didn't. Okay, so those floodgates are now closed. I'm just gonna make sure there's nobody in these tunnels. So far, so Dwarf. Okay, cool.
Bring out your dead!
I don't know. Turkeys don't seem the brightest. Let's give this a yank. Appreciate it, Xanath. Also, sorry for using Ireland as a comparison point for how big Vancouver Island is. We were talking about that a bunch earlier. Okay, so that's going to turn this on, which is going to power all the way up to here. Just going to power down to there, all the way over here, all the way up to here, which should turn this on, which will fill this up. And lava should almost immediately start to flow down into there. And I'm going to block that off. Block that off. And then we're going to start digging into this. But let's see. There it goes. It's going to fill up that staircase over there first on the left. And then start pumping. No, it's certainly not coming from the wind. The power is coming from down or from the local water supply, the creek over on the top right half corner of the map, and flowing under the fortress, which is powering some water wheels. Because ironically, this map has no wind. Also, that dwarf got crimes pinned on them eventually. So now this will slowly fill up because I'm pumping lava faster than it can refill. Which is always fun. I'm also going to go satisfy my mayor's needs real quick. Mostly because I keep forgetting. But... because I need those. Weapon rack and armor stand. I'm also going to finish smoothing this. What did I phrase incorrectly? Name either a soldier or a miner Rocky. He is shameless and unfazed by the thoughts of others and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He's often cheerful and does not easily develop or hate or develop negative feelings. He tends to think before acting and he often feels discouraged. He's quick to anger and pleased by his own appearance and talents. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tends to stretch out his body when he's thinking and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, but doesn't care about much anymore. Hey, Brain Fist. Am I farming spiders for their nets? No, but there are spiders on the map. Why am I building roofs out of walls instead of floors? Because they look nicer.
Fort be looking good.
I like the look of like taller ceilings. Same reason why I put ramps around them sometimes is so that it looks more like an arched roof. He personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent, but of peace at all costs. He's put off by family and views loyalty unfavorably and finds blind honesty foolish and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes schist and bismuth, as well as bronze and black zircon, platypus bone, and the color dark peach. Bolts, floodgates, and animal traps, and giant red squirrels for their tails. The words of the sparkle of scribing and the sight of the couple of glossing are impossible. He prefers to consume tuber beer and hates lizards. He has a bunch of friends in the fortress and is a member of the Hateful Communion. Well, I mean, as opposed to, like, light peach. Evil Mario Princess. Speaking of Evil Mario Princess, Brain Fist, thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a round of beers for our Brain Fisty coffee friend? Also, I've been trying to think of a response to late Leisure Chill in YouTube chat's question of what holiday? Turtle Adoption Day? And I just have to say, it's probably more like Turkey Murder Day, but that's actually incorrect because Turkey Murder Day was probably like last week. Okay, so this right here, I kind of want to do something, but with, like, green glass. But, like, some sort of maybe multi-level roof on this. I'm not entirely sure. Something like this. I don't know what it's going to be for or what it's going to do, but I want to do something with it. That's the plan to build a dome. Domes are kind of a pain in the dick to build, so I'm not going to promise it'll be a dome, but I'm going to build something. Certainly going to build something. I may also have a secondary pump down here, or over here, coming from up here, to pump additional lava in here so it can fill faster. Because that wouldn't be hard to do at all, actually. According to the wiki, it's 4,000 liters in volume. That's always so strange to me, is just like measuring the size of creatures in liters. And always like, it's one of the things that Dwarf Fortress does, and I'm like, huh? Hey, I guess. I suppose so. But yeah, giant moose are cool. It's a neat creature. Four million cubic centimeters. Oh no, totally. Like it's like oddly specific, but oddly specific in weird ways. So all of this is slowly speeding this up. How we doing? Pretty good. Yourself? As this slowly fills up. How's the fort progressing? Pretty good, I think. I'm a little worried about this. I don't want to accidentally dig into that cavern. So I'm just going to go to here. Actually, why don't I just go to here? Because this actually makes some sense. Oh, it is. I mean, their maximum size is very precisely defined. Mareb. I didn't actually mean to click that button, but I'll leave it clicked anyway. Like, trust me, their maximum size is very clearly defined. So that can just keep going. Centimeter cubed? Yeah, go to the wiki. Like, trust me, it's very clearly defined. That's the exact maximum size. It's not... So, those sizes are not 100% guaranteed. The sizes that you see for, like, animals is the maximum size. So they could get that big, but they're not all that big, and they're not all going to be that big all of the time, if that makes any sense. So like when it says the maximum size of something is X size centimeters cubed, that is the maximum size, but it's not, every single thing is not going to be that size. There are no rotating mechanisms, so creating a beacon is not an option. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, wait. I mean, I guess you if you want to like have something that rotates, you could use a minecart with rollers. If you want to have something spin that triggers different things at different times, you could absolutely do that. Where does the CM come from in the first place? In the raws. So like the size of things are defined. It's just not surfaced in game at all. So like the maximum possible size. Okay, it's all in the wiki if you go looking. But you can see the weight of something in game. But outside of the weight of things, the only way to figure out like the size of something is like looking at the wiki. And raws, everything is only numbers. Chat, back me up here, please. As I get another migrant wave. Help me out here. Find the right words. Because, like, yes, the raw in the raws, it's only numbers. But there's a size token that just defines the size of creatures, their density and their maximum capacity and their maximum size. That's where the weights come from as well when something dies. It always has been and still is. They might not be in the actual raws themselves if they've hidden them, but the maximum size of a creature is in the raws. Like here, I'll just go open up the wiki and go. This is now a web browser stream. Like in this case, giant moose. Like these are the raws for a giant moose. Yeah, there it is. Size. For the female versus the male. Like that's what this is defined by, is the cubed centimeters. So if you want to change the maximum size, you would change these numbers. And then right here, like, insane people do the math for you. Tarn has specified that, like, this size indicator, like up, left, that way, like cubed, is centimeters. Liquid centimeters or whatever. Like, that's where that number comes from. Like, so all of the information, or a majority of the information we have about this game comes from the future of the fortress, right? There's people asking, what does this number signify? And then Tarn's saying, this. And then that doesn't change. Which is why, like, when something's like, oh yeah, no, that's the size of a minivan, or like, that's the size of a bus, it's like, it's because we have some idea. This dwarf hates the skill with weapons and fighting. That's wild. It's a very extreme opinion for a dwarf. So, like, most of the answers we have about things in Dwarf Fortress over the years have come because somebody asked. Work on projects and feels envious of others. I'm going to throw you in the military. A minivan instead of a biggie van. No, I mean, the only, like, unit of measurement that I acknowledge as legitimate is bananas. Clockwork, so we're going to have to convert all of these into bananas for scale for me to even care. Personally, really hates freedom and would crush the independent spirit whenever it is found. Man, you'd love modern day. He's disgusted by the idea of fairness and will freely cheat anybody at any time. Finds romance distasteful. I hate this word, chat, but I think we found an insult. And doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Oh my god. Chat. That is amazing. He's impeccably curious without any respect for privacy, or for property or privacy. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to boredom of harmonious living. He's confident under pressure and could be considered rude. Doesn't seek out excitement. Tries to keep his things orderly. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Doesn't easily fall in love. Rarely develops positive feelings. Is very humble. Bullshit. And tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He avoids crowds and is passive in discussions. When he gets excited, it's easy to tell because he drums his fingers. It's either John C. Like, this is either like Tim Apple or like an actual fascist. It's like one of the two. I like that he also has a very bad sense of empathy. Dwarven noble material? I mean, it depends on what he likes. Good lord. I gotta do something with this dwarf. I'm just gonna name him Tim. You know, honestly, I'm not much of a hammerer, but assigner, but I think that we should make Tim our hammerer. He needs to be the manager. I was thinking hammerer, because I already have a manager. I could make him my bookkeeper. But I think Hammerer fits. Either, or I could also do Dungeon Master. I mean, Hammerer and Dungeon Master both fulfill the same goal, which is just if the captain of the guard is busy and a crime is reported, they do the captain of the guard's job. That's literally it. I think Hammerer. I think Hammerer suits old Tim a little better. I always forget that that's like literally in chronicle order of their arrival. Save the game, okay? Mr. Thwackstick, as we call him. Hey, Verder. What are my thoughts on Halbrids? Human propaganda. Although it is kind of funny that dwarves can use them to chop down trees. Mostly human propaganda, though. God, he also is like, okay. Chat, this is Tim. Tim hates everything. I love their new faces. Like, I was a little like, okay, these look silly when I first saw them, but like, my God. Don't be like Tim. Tim is not a good person. Tim has no friends. Tim probably won't have many friends. That's it. He literally would be a Bond villain if he had a pet cat. Like, it's practically Dr. Evil. That is something, man. How do you end up like this, Dwarf? Who hurt you? Just immediate. Also, it is awful person we're all making fun of him, shows up, immediately gets promoted. No, Tim is my hammerer, so he's gonna beat the shit out of criminals. I really hope he hates it. Don't be afraid to do anything to get ahead in this world. You're not helping your case, Dwarf. You're not helping your case. Relations, none. Uh-huh. YouTube chat is suggesting that we throw him in the volcano, and I'm not going to deny that. I think that should be his fate, but we're going to let it happen organically. Because if we do it artificially, it won't be as funny. It needs to be organically. Tim needs to be a footnote. Yeah. Man, I've got so many fortresses that could become videos right now. Be funny if he's always late to a crime. I mean, my Captain of the Guard already has a name. Captain of the Guard is Elf Pulls, so. All right. I feel like the average reaction to Tim showing up in the fort would just be like awkward silence. Well, this is filling up. You'll be surprised if he doesn't end up mysteriously dead. Yeah, touche. I mean, it would be weird if it was mysterious. I feel like he's just going to end up dead. But Let's put the green glass up here and use granite down at the bottom. Am I out of green glass? Some new guy shows up in the fort and says, I hate everyone, and by the way, I'm the hammerer now. I was promoted by the mountain homes. I mean, I wouldn't say that dwarf hates everyone, but I will say that that dwarf should be hated by everyone. They just don't seem like a very nice person. Is kind of my main takeaway. I don't think they can be when they migrate to the fortress itself. However, once they're in the fortress, they can be converted to like enemy factions. Like enemy factions, they can be corrupted, I guess, by like visitors. He's a go-getter, and he's gonna go get her. Quite literally. You can't stop him. He's unboppable. I can't wait to test this. Speaking of not waiting to test things, let's go up to here. Oh, I did screw this up. Oh well. A forgotten beast named Fergie Dash. The mobile game for Fergalicious that they never made. Moma's Fergie Dash has come. A huge feathered lemur. This is a Mumbafu. It has a pair of squat antennae, and it is slavering. Its ivory feathers are long and broad. Beware its poison sting. I wonder if that means that its feathers are literally made of ivory or just the color of ivory. I'm sure they're just the color of ivory, but I like to imagine. Pulp moistened. All right, well, that's the worst last name. Killed 3 dwarves, all in the year 31. And a yak and hazy relics. They must have gone too deep. Well, I can't reach this thing because of where it is. Yeah, I know it would be the color of ivory, but... So this is now filling up. Huh. Actually, that's interesting. Seems like this is actually pumping fast enough. It just can't actually flow fast enough. Write that down, write that down. Give him a hammer. Give this dwarf a hammer. See if I got more green glass yet. I do have some. Do I have enough? Nope. So this is going to be filled all the way along here with lava. When that's filled all the way along there with lava, it's going to go all the way to here and then bubble up to here. And then all I need to do is pull that lever at the bottom, and this will go kaboosh! Which will be a good time for everybody except for whatever's standing close to here. And that's what this is for. Is so that I can just bubble this over with lava at short notice. That is the entire purpose of this. Although, I do need to be a little cautious, because if it goes all the way down to here, it could potentially block my water source. So I'm actually just going to, real quick, put some flooring on top of this. So that it doesn't, like, you know, destroy my power. Also, Synth Winger? Or Sith... Sith Swinger? Synth Swinger? I'm not actually sure how to say your name. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate it. Means a lot. I think that's looking pretty cool. No, because there isn't a mechanic that really affects that. Gunmetal Unicorn. That would be terrifying, but it's not really a going concern. Tim's over here just reading a bunch of books. Makes sense. Makes sense. Not that I'm knocking him for reading books. It's maybe like the least evil thing he's done. Now this I'm a little tempted to put a dome on. And then just put like a bridge in front of this. The books will help him calm down. What, help him hate less? Depends on which books he's reading, I guess. Maybe stories of life and death, but I don't have any necromancer books in the fort. Today you learned that graphite burns for almost a year. Maybe soon you'll learn that diamonds can burn longer than a year. Casts Blinding Flash. Please no pocket sand, thanks. I wanted to be Synth Swinger because I thought it was cool and didn't know how to spell. You know, honestly, I respect it. Like, I think, like, there's two ways that people go with usernames, right? There's, like, I made this account when I was little, and now it's embarrassing, so I'm gonna delete it and make a new account, or like I'm gonna like make a new username, which admittedly I did a number of times. The username I have now, I did end up sticking with after a while, but like, because I did stop editing it at a point, but for a good while there, it was like, well, this username's embarrassing. I'm just gonna make a new one, and I have a lot of respect when people are just like, yeah, no, like, I made this when I was a kid and didn't know how to spell and was dumb, and, yep. I respect that. This is taking too friggin' long to fill. Your initials and then WASP or WASP. I think that's always like the most impressive thing is when people get like usernames that are like just their name. So I'm gonna make a couple of these. I kind of like the look of that. Put one there, maybe one over here. Like close-ish to this side. So I can actually extend this. Except you, right here. Gonna jump up here. Grab this. Connect you to that. Now I'll have one lever to turn all of them on and off, and then one to just enable one and not the rest. You've only gone by Devilish Potato as long as you've been on the internet? Yeah, once again, like I respect that as well. Especially like if you have a name that's like unique enough that you're able to get it in just about every place that you're on the internet. Like that's also neat. Seems like all my miners just quit. Go grab a pickaxe. Started as ice hockey player in your very first internet game, EverQuest, really? I was R2D2666 on RuneScape at one point. Because, I don't know, I thought Satan was cool and was a child and liked Star Wars. Because my first one was not fully embarrassing, just slightly enough embarrassing that I got fed up. When I first moved into this apartment, I had somebody, like, email me and then, like, basically I had somebody ask why, or, like, who the hell I was, like, in the email chain, because my email doesn't have a name on it. It just says blind, and it's, like... my image is just like my profile picture. So like, why is there just like a random fucking skull in here? I was like, I guess I shouldn't be using my work email for this. Oh, well, too late. It's like, I guess I live here now. I'll just commit. There was actually a space in it because RuneScape let you put spaces in your names. Waldio, but. All right, live your life. The beauty of this, what I learned today is your opinion is yours and you can have it. You're welcome to keep it. But don't go being a dick to people because they're playing this game. Like, if you like a version of a game, that's cool. If you don't like another version of the game, you don't need to go inflict that on other people. I'm sorry, man, if you think that this version of the game is disgusting and you can't watch this. So move on with your life and get out of my chat. Because frankly, it's just, I don't need you being mean to people. Dwarf Fortress gained notoriety with the old UI. It did not gain an audience. It didn't gain an audience until it released on Steam, frankly. People actually are able to play and enjoy the game for the most part now. Oh, there's just somebody in the YouTube chat who's going on about how bad the current UI is because they are a small child who believes that their opinion is the only correct one. You've had this name since Unreal Tournament 1999 when you blew someone up, the word fragged would appear on screen? Oh yeah, no, I played Unreal Tournament. I only ever played it on LAN though. I never actually played it online. I had a friend who, him and his dad and his brother had some computers on LAN,
If you could live as
and
one
I would go over there and play.
entity in DF, what would it be?
Gorlak probably. You know, it's what's funny. Okay, so simply put, a person in YouTube chat's just going on about how the old UI is way better and how this UI is bad. The thing that they need to realize is they were not the only person that was playing the game back in the day. I was playing the game back then. I liked things about that version of the game. And there are things that I miss about that version of the game. But the amount of improvements that have been made since the UI was remade, and even though, sure, it's slower, this version of the game is so much superior to version 47 and older versions, just even on the performance level. Fair enough, ice hockey. Shit, that's annoying. Oh, I missed that by like such a small margin. So there's Forgotten Beasts in here we're gonna need to deal with. I was worried about that. Anyway, this is what this person said. Toady shouldn't have listened to the marketing people. You fucking clown. He approached them. He didn't listen to them. He approached them. You fucking clown. Back in the day, you could quickly do amazing things with just a few keys, and now it's such a slow, slow game with lots of repetitive strain injury involved. Learn how to sit up straight and set your desk up correctly. Sheesh. Cheers, Ragga. Appreciate it. So I could build a tunnel through this. I could also just go around this. I'll probably just go around this. The issue is I have to do this quickly because there's Forgotten Beasts in here. Actually, let's just... I mean, it's true. The old UI was significantly faster, Feminoir. But it was inaccessible. Significantly so. The game ran like shit. Runs significantly better now. It's more accessible to a significantly larger audience. And when people are just like, if you want to... Or like, the reason this game exists is because of the old UI. It's like, well, yes. But like... That's all I can really say. Children. Dwarf Fortress gained notoriousness, notoriety, and a cult following in its old versions. And that is true. Like, there is absolutely no getting around that. That is completely true. It 100% built notoriety and a niche audience back then. But it didn't gain a large audience until it released on Steam. Quite literally. Like, there is no two ways around that. That is just a fact. How do I want to go with this? It's not to say that it had no audience before it released on Steam. It absolutely had an audience. There were dozens of us. I was one of them. Any good for the game? It's significantly harder now, but even if like you disable the things that make the game quite a bit harder, such as like the enemies being able to dig and build, the sieges are a lot more varied. They're a lot smarter. They don't just like single file into your fortress in one way. They try and take alternative routes or create alternative routes. There's a lot more defensive options for the player. Things are a lot more destroyable now. So like breaking of doors and such is way more doable. Although with Forgotten Beast, it's still kind of a crapshoot as to whether or not they actually have the ability to do that in the first place. Sieges are a lot more varied and interesting, and if it's too much, you can turn it off. Those are kind of my takeaways on the surface level. I kind of really like it. I think it's a very good thing for the game as a whole. We full here yet? Still working on it. I'm just going to time you out for 24 hours. Learn to be a nice person and let people enjoy things, and maybe you can come back. If you're just going to sit around and talk with your strange superiority complex, you're not welcome here. It wasn't a mod, it was literally me. But you're welcome. Wasabi Menthol in YouTube chat. Round of beers. By Sharona. The Forgotten Beast, Bannock, a tasty bread snack that's cooked near campfire, has come. A giant feathered crab. Sounds delicious. I'll take 2. Extra butter, please. It has wings and it is ravening. Its carmine feathers are long and broad. Beware, it's poison gas. 8. Got it. I will beware it. Yeah, I know that's not how you spell Bannock, but I like Bannock. Bannock is like A+ camping food. Okay. That is a really pretty spider, but Dwarf Fortress, that isn't a crab. Sorry, but that ain't no crab. Smells like a feast. Yeah, exactly. Red Arrow. Sounds delicious. No, it's literally just they preferred the hotkeys. Like that's really what that argument boils down to, Wasabi, is like older version of the game was better because I knew the UI. And I do completely agree. There are elements of the new UI that are slower to access. However, if you're getting repetitive strain injury from just using a mouse, learn to sit up straight and work on your ergonomics a little bit if you're spending long hours at a computer. Seriously. Second, the number of people playing Dwarf Fortress is astronomically larger now. The joke back in the day, and anybody who played the game back in the day would know this, was people playing Dwarf Fortress are the beta testers, and the players are people reading about Dwarf Fortress. They were just people who were reading stories that people were telling about the game. Real or not. That was the audience for Dwarf Fortress. It was people who read things that people wrote about the game, or videos that people made about the game. A fraction of those people were actually playing the game. And yes, tutorials would go viral every so often, but like, that did not translate to actual player counts. And yes, things like the starter pack and whatnot, and Masterwork got large numbers of downloads. But you need to remember that it's free. People would download it for 90 seconds, try and go, okay, this is too much. Okay, I get it. It's a lot. And then move on with their day. The game had an audience, but that audience wasn't playing the game. And I can tell you that because it shows in, like, the stats of people searching for the game. The only thing that the old versions of the games have that is superior is the fact the entire game is keyboard compatible. That is the only thing at this point. Everything else about the new versions is more playable, functional, less buggy, less crashy, more user-friendly, more accessible. I mean, fuck, it runs better. I can have more than 125 dwarves without the game going below 20 frames a second. Like, people now are complaining that they can't get above 400 dwarves without the game lagging. It's like, man, I used to not imagine. Like, I used to get annoyed when I'd go above 200 because, like, this computer can't run version 47 with more than 200 dwarves comfortably. Above, like, comfortable frame rates. Like, it's hard to explain how poorly Dwarf Fortress ran back then. Like, this fortress is running at a solid 60, and I could push it higher if I wanted to. I'm only running it at 60 because otherwise it'd be too fast for me to easily follow it. Like, and I have almost 200 dwarves. If this was version 47 on a 5x5 map with all of this liquid shit going on, we'd be around 15 FPS, maybe. Maybe. So, like, when I see arguments and people being like elitist and uptight about how their version of the game was better, they're just sad that they lost their nerd cred and need to learn how to set up their desk ergonomically. Or like, I don't know, go buy a Steam controller. No, and eventually those whiny twats, Bad Dad Demon, will get what they're begging for, and Putnam is going to spend years making the entire game keyboard compatible again. Because Tarn spent 2 years quite literally removing most of that. And Putnam is working to return that. So quit being an elitist about the fact that thousands, tens of thousands of people can play this game now when they couldn't play it at all before. I'm just ranting now because I've already timed this person out, but like, you get it, chat. If that, Laldio. Ironically, no, nothing to do with multi-threading. Well, it is to do with multi-threading. Multi-threading helps a little bit on some PCs. Most of the performance increases are just sheer optimizations and porting the game from SDL to SDL2. And allowing the graphics and UI to run on the graphics card / a different thread if you don't have a graphics card, instead of on your CPU, and optimizing line of sight. It's like most of the frame rate increases that I got were the SDL2 conversion and line of sight, which Tarn probably could have done, but it would have taken a lot longer because you'd have one person working on it instead of two. Sure. Let's see if you're still around. You're in the military still, and you're quite happy. Looks like you're a skilled spear dwarf. I mean, they are correct, Wasabi, that hotkey mod or not, like, the game is not completely hotkey compatible anymore, period. Like, it is not. Even with keyboard mode enabled, you cannot play the entire game with purely a keyboard. And that's what they're bitching about, right? Like, literally, that is the complaint from that crew of people. Rin meets with the Outpost Liaison. You continue to impress. The world is the same as ever. I'm just going to ask for wood. Is your spawn dead? I can't remember what their name was. Can you remember what their name was? Was it just Femi Noir? Because if so, then yes. Yeah, no, Femi Noir died a while back. You know, to me, like, I think it's a bit mean to Dwarf Fortress to say that it will never be finished and it's just a permanent state of beta test. Because, like, we live in an era now where games just get perpetually updated. I think that Dwarf Fortress just simply existed. This is purely my opinion. Dwarf Fortress existed in an era before we had the words to describe, like, an ongoing, forever developed game. Because there's a lot of games that are released out of, not in an early access state, that are around the same level of jank as Dwarf Fortress, that are getting perpetually developed. And to me, Dwarf Fortress fits into one of those, instead of just being early access or a beta, you know? Like, in my opinion, Dwarf Fortress has been done since like 2007, and they're just perpetually updating it. But I've had that opinion for a long time, so I think it's like almost mean to the game to describe it as like a beta test, because that kind of discounts the value that this game has brought to a lot of people, I think. But that's just how I see it. Should be through the ads though. It's trading time. It's done when you say it's done. Oh no, totally. It just feels like a complete game with regular updates. Certainly. Yeah, Vintage Story is also a weird thing, because, like, you know, it's for sale on their own websites. Like, that's also a weird one. But I don't know. That's just my opinion. Plaza Salsas, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Sure, yeah, no, MUDs were kind of early. A lot of multiplayer projects from back in the day were early into that kind of idea. But the number of people that get pissy when the... No, I mean, like, here's the thing, Quasar. There's not a lot of those people, first off. Very few people. And I think I've talked about this before. It's like, the only thing that kind of bums me out about current era Dwarf Fort is the way that people respond to me when I say that I play this game. Like, people were like fascinated and bewildered that I could even play it back in the day. And now people just kind of go, oh. Oh, you play that, okay. Does that make sense? And I think that some people get, like, upset's the wrong word. Dwarf Fortress, I've said this before. Dwarf Fortress has lost a lot of its nerd cred. Like, if you are in a community where you get respect from your peers for being into nerdy shit, Dwarf Fortress has lost a lot of that. And I think some people are still clinging to that. I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme, but I can absolutely understand why somebody who has a very small ego and fragile personality, who a lot of their identity is I play this, is like shattered now because they can't look like a keyboard wizard playing this game with just a keyboard. But if this game still had the exact same hotkeys and keyboard support, I don't think it would have that response. Like, you know, we were talking about, like, Bannerlord earlier and, like, communities getting mad at a game that they love. And I think, like, that is the one real instance of that happening in Dwarf Fortress, where, like, there are some people that feel cheated because they played a game for a very long time that was controlled in a very specific way, and it's no longer controlled in that way. Granted, that specific control scheme is what pushed a lot of people away from the game, alongside the like, ASCII. Which... yes, you could download a tile set for it, but it's still ASCII, okay? And the UI is still, like, too much for a lot of people. Not myself, but, like, many people. So, there's still details that the ASCII version had that this version doesn't have, like, you know, the waves. We've talked about that many times. Blood showing up on walls when it would splatter instead of just on floors. Things like of that nature. Uh-oh, Dwarf's getting the shit kicked out of them. What's happening? Ow. My chief medical dwarf having a panic attack again. Wait, hold on. My new chief medical dwarf? Wait, who beat you up? Who beat who up? Who beat who up? Uh-oh. That doesn't seem good. Ah, it's not good. Ah, it's not good. Ah, it's not good. Ah, it's actually really bad. It's the old captain of the guard once again. Went around and beat the shit out of a bunch of people. Once again. I may have to station you in the lava cannon. May have to orchestrate an accident.
No, 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 no! No! No!
Sure, I mean, like, there's definitely an argument to be made, and I don't disagree with that argument, Feminoir, which is, like, it's harder to use your imagination when there's an illustration in front of you. But, like, at the end of the day, you don't have to use this tile set, right? Like, that is the thing. Like, you could use the paid version with the paid graphical assets here and install a different tile set. Like, you could remove that. Like, this is a issue with a solution. And, like, I get it. Like, I could see why that could be a gripe. What do you want? Specifically, what kind of cloth do you want? It's not tanned hides. Am I out of silk? Huh. I am out of silk. That's wild. That'll probably solve that, I presume. When you used to play Gemstone, it's text-based RPG. Gemstone used Gemset, right? Which was a open source font. Because if it's the same Gemstone I'm thinking of, there's a there was an old Dwarf Fortress.
Yo, holy shit! It's
tile set.
OMGHAI. 3.
Hi, Andromeda. Hello, how are you? Thank you very much for the 14th month. Right, yeah, because Bio died again, didn't he? No, you have a dwarf. Bio? What? Wait, what? What am I naming it? Because I'm not naming it Bio Dwarf, or Bioactive, rather. So what am I naming it, then? I'm not giving you a second dwarf named Bioactive. Sure, you said the traitor to the lucky. What am I naming it, though? I'm confused. Who's lucky? I'm super confused. Name the traitor Lucky. Okay. Fair enough. He is ruled by irresistible cravings. Yeah, I was just very confused. I was like, what is the traitor? Name the traitor to Lucky. What? Who's? Okay. You know, it never actually clocked to me that Bioactive is, it's so good, Bio. You're always impressed with the, how different your areas are. This looks like a canon game. You watch your stream and and you're just trying to wrap your head around it. I guess, yeah. I put a lot of effort into trying to make things look different. Yeah, there is a broken door on the tavern YouTube chat. Lucky seems like a good merchant name. No, totally. The Lucky Merchant. He's ruled by irresistible cravings and urges and always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He's impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy and does not find most jokes humorous. He never will pass up a chance for a good fist fight. He's disturbed by this since he values quiet, at least in the abstract. He accepts favors and without developing a current sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. And he's very greedy and he's slow to trust others. He tends to present himself modestly and he has an active imagination. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork in his creation. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he often feels discouraged. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and likes a little excitement now and then. He is conflicted by this because he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. He blows out his breath when he's annoyed, and when he gets excited, he often tells stories without any real point. He scratches his ear when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important, values sacrifice, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. After smoking one... Well, I hope you're having a solid afternoon, mate. It just took me a second to process what you were asking for exactly. You know, I think, so Wasabi just said this in the YouTube chat. His forts look more dwarfy than mine. I do this weird caste system where the workers live in the mud and the nobles and high-skilled dwarves live in a castle above. I have to say, I think you might be the reason why there's a culture amongst removing the head of the nobles in the Dwarven Fortress community. Like, you might be the reason why people are like, nobles, set them on fire. And you know what? I might have to agree with them. TV2 is still alive, yes. Television. Like Serpentine Black Bronze and Morganite and Unicorn Hoof, shields and mules for their stubbornness. The sound of the desert of luxury and the sight of the lilac of pantomimes, and when possible prefers to consume potato wine. And absolutely hates mosquitoes. He is short and incredibly fat. Sounds like a dwarf. He's friends with one wrestler, and is in the Siege Operators Guild, the former member of the Farmers Guild, and a member of the Company of Keepers. I mean, yeah, no, like that's, well, I mean, I've done that in like the odd fort, but it's pretty rare. Like, it's an interesting like challenge / experiment, but it's incredibly impractical. The fuck is potato wine? Wine made with a potato. Or a potato what bitch a lot. So how long are you in prison for, you stupid dwarf? $138 days. Wow. Okay. They're not fucking around with that one. That's like 5 months. I mean, for dwarves, that's a really long sentence. I realize that it's not actually that long a period of time, but like, trust me, for dwarves, that's a really long sentence. Like 250 is like the highest I've seen. And that's like, I just killed 11 people. I did not just admit to a crime, chat. Please do not report me to authorities. That's mean. Please no bully. Well, they're not toasty, so that's good. You're currently giving stitches to somebody who got the shit kicked out of them. You're satisfied at work? Seem to like your job? I'm going to accept a temple for the ripe doctrine and start designating that. Actually, why don't I just make the temple for the ripe doctrine in here? Nah, we'll put it down here. Oh, also, one more comment on the topic of UI elitism for Dwarf Fortress. Whenever somebody who's like is getting all self-righteous about their knowledge of old Dwarf Fortress, just ask them to make a minecart route. Because this was not a thing in Old Dwarf Fortress. It did not do this. You had to individually place and tell it what direction to go, whether or not it was down a ramp, up a ramp, flat, left, right. That's all. You had to place every single tile separately. Yeah, that's why I literally never used them with the exception of the occasional infinite stockpile. And even then, barely ever did those, because it was just too slow and annoying to bother with. I think I'm still short on bedrooms. I mean, you can still do that in premium. That's a little bit more tedious to put together, but honestly, I would say that that wasn't a positive thing, Mareb. What, like a click and drag for pump stacks? Yeah. I mean, all I really want is the game to be able to remember last used material for more than one material type. So if I could be like, last used material, glass pipe, glass screw, glass brick, instead of having to like click the individual ones or forbid everything else. Like, that's all I really want. Like, I'd be happy with that even. Like that, honestly, like you do that and I'm gonna have to dump ChatGPT and marry Dwarf Fortress instead. You never used ramp accelerators neither? You just found it funny as a concept? Oh, no, totally. I mean, like, you can still do those. Like, it's not that those no longer work. It's just, like, it's harder to do them. It's harder to make them accidentally now is maybe actually the better way of putting it. Or soda failed edicts from your nobles? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's actually just make this and just go temple so I don't forget. Three worshippers. The blameless doctrine. I don't think I have one to the blameless yet. Did I? Did I already make that? Snarling denomination. Okay, no, I already did the blameless doctrine. Which one was it? I mean, this is also kind of a thing that I wouldn't mind being made clearer, but doctrine is the right doctrine. It was the right. Let me actually go check. The clother has created Shotum Dobar. Okay, a cave spider silk sock. Nice. Giant cave spider silk sock. And offers it to the Song of the Wind. They wanted. Was it they wanted an upgrade? I feel really dumb now. Because normally I read these, but today I didn't. Nope. Alright, actually I can do this. Snarling denomination. Blameless. Moral coven. Profane. Hateful communion. I think it was the ripe doctrine that worships the god of fish. Yes. We got there in regards to the ripe doctrine. I mean, I'm just like joking around when it comes to the dump ChatGPT. I kind of hate ChatGPT, to be fair. Like, that thing has, like, caused me more annoyance and stress in my life than, like, as somebody who doesn't even use the software. Outside of, like, the weird novelty of its existence. So, no, I'm entirely just trying some absurdist humor that I don't actually think landed at all. But I personally think we should just go back to dating Tetris cartridges. That was a much better place for our species to be in. Or marrying ghosts, you know? Where's Siege? The fort has been very peaceful the last 2 streams. It has been. There should be a P in front of petition temples, or just highlight them. Or just, like, put them at the top of the list. Be neat. Now, you know, what you do in the safety of your garage is up to you, wild child. Are you still the religious leader of fish? That's a good question, Wicked Cat. Yes, you're still the holy jungle. We've got another poor empathy dwarf. Percy finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Finds introspection to be a waste of time. Values self-control. Doesn't care about friendship. Okay, you're nowhere near as bad as the other dwarf. Anger prone? Yeah. Is the main thing you love about DF Hack? I think the vanilla stuff could be better, but I find that the DF Hack exposes too much info. I think, like, if you forget about a strange mood and fuck up, that's on you. So, I do kind of feel like I cheat if I'm using that stuff. What? Okay, that's a little confusing. Was that the human traders? Because that's... a bunch of the corpses that are on the surface here all died. And this one is covered in werebear blood. That's concerning. So there was a human werebear that got stopped by the zombies that live out here. Dun 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 dun. Exactly. Yeah. Wow. How polite of them, the zombies. Also, holy fucking crundles. Time to munch on some crundles. Are zombies? Probably not. Once they're zombified, they don't tend to turn into zombies. It's just if they were bit before they became zombies. At least that's how I've always seen it happen, so... I don't know. I'm gonna turn on this burrow. And go back up to this layer. Just let them stay in here. And I am going to pull the lever. Okay, so you're going to be pulled. You know, I'm really tempted all of a sudden to just remove this from the burrow and let this dwarf starve to death. But I don't want to be that bad of a person. Okay, so it's been pulled once, which stops it. And shouldn't do anything. And there it goes. Just like that. We get to fill up. Oopsies. Speaking of mods, there was one that used to play, it wasn't Polish, was it? Nizeth? I mean, I'm the first one to say that I'm not that good at this game, YouTube chat. I know a lot about it, but I still have much to learn. All right, I'm going to point the camera right here. We're about to have an ad break. I'm going to go use the washroom real quick. I will be right back. All right, it's bubbling up. You honestly can't remember the client you played in was English, though? Okay, because it sounds vaguely familiar to a game where I sort of know the person who made it, but... Now, the biggest issue I have with this is it could be filling quite a bit quicker. But I've got good news. I do have ways of speeding it up. Like, I do kind of wish it was capable of filling and pumping quicker, but I kind of bottlenecked it a bit too much with this. But live and learn. I think what I may do is actually just widen this by a tile. Or 3. What will be in the lava pit? Oh, no, it's just a way for me to distribute lava onto the surface to burn the bad guys to death. Like, nothing's really going in the lava pit, per se, but I just need to be able to... No, it's... Well, you can pressurize lava. I just... The thing is, this should work sort of like pressurized lava, but it's not because it's not actually letting enough flow through, right? Like, it only has one tile here, and then it goes straight down into here, and then there's here, and then it's only one tile wide. Like, I need to widen this, basically. Is the issue here. So there's 2 things I'm going to do. I'm going to go down to you. Pull that. Seal you up. Because right now it's bubbling over a little bit. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to over here. I'm going to pull this. Are you not in the burrow? Ah, you're not in the burrow. Makes sense. Get that pulled. And that's going to shut this gear off right here. Now it's shut off, so all of this is off. All the way up to here and over here. So now this is just sitting here full, which is not ideal. So I'm going to open... Well, actually, I'm going to... Yeah, we'll leave that. It should be fine. I also just realized this is going to break. I have to remake it. Because this apparently uses the wrong type of mechanism. Well, that's okay. If I close this right now, I think it'll just break. Because I don't think that's magma safe. So this is just going to dump into here, which is fine. And should drain relatively quick. And I'm going to do 2 main things here. I'm going to widen this. And I'm going to widen this. That's what we're going to do. Could invaders possibly learn to bring lava-proof buckets? Well, lava-proof buckets don't exist. If they existed, maybe. I don't know. I mean, that would be a question for Tarn, probably, not me. I feel like it should be possible to win Dwarf Fortress, if that makes sense. Like, I think, like, with enough preparation, you should still be able to just, like, break the raids. But... I don't know. Maybe not. That's just been my feeling for quite some time, that, like, I kind of like that we can just completely bust the game with enough preparation. It's like, with enough preparation, no dwarf is stoppable kind of thing. Like, it makes me feel like Ocean's 11, and I guess I kind of like that. And then down here, let's just deconstruct these. Or maybe just Batman instead of Ocean's 11. Like, with enough preparation, Eurus can defeat any foe. Or maybe just enough alcohol. Sure, but, like, nothing is capable of transporting lava in a bucket right now. There's a cheat. Like, you could make a iron bucket, which on paper would be lava-proof. However, there is no mechanic in the game currently to transport lava with a bucket. So like, I'm sure that's not impossible. Like they could absolutely make that a thing, but. Forgotten Beast Mothram Rekisagit Kit Limugosh has come, a humanoid composed of steam. Hi, Gabe. It has a curling trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Oh, this one can get to me. And it's the Wispy Hollow. Correct, they do. And as I think it was Silvershe found out, Eric, if enough of them die, they will straight up just like wait outside for you to come fight them. And just actually siege you for like a year. Which kind of sucks, but is also rather amazing. Okay, so the first dwarf to get into the fighting is the Axed Lord, and pop! Goes the monster. Well done, Gabe. You did it. True torches. It's got 3 notable kills and 20 others. Back to training. Got a few dwarves that don't have bits of armor, which is a little odd, actually. It's steam. It turns out it didn't drop anything. It was just full of hot air. But let's see, what did it drop? It dropped water and bits of steam. It's leg steam and arm steam. How are dwarves today? We just popped Beastie. Speaking of Beastie, I'm gonna go raid the Goblin Fortress of Furnace Dawns. We're just going to raid. And I'm only going to steal livestock or free prisoners. We're gonna see what they have. I'm very curious. Chief is going to lead the attack. My legendary militia captain, who actually doesn't have that many kills, but is very well trained. Yeah, this is all cooling off, which is good stuff. Yeah, I was expecting that. So this is now just, it lives out there now. It's fine. Although I could actually pump all this out and then try and get it back. Maybe we'll just try and do that. We're gonna try and drain some of this. Top this little outer wall off. And then this end piece here, maybe I'll just put a grate there. Actually, why don't we just make it a little longer? I'll just make it out of gabbro. So that it doesn't fall apart. Do you have beard preference, Eric? Like, I've got this person, but they're a little stressed. Let's see if there's somebody who isn't stressed. Melville the surgeon. How about, ooh, let's give you the chief medical dwarf. Let's do that. Is it K or Key? Second half of your name, Eric. He lives at a high energy kinetic pace and rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He is somewhat scatterbrained and he is confident under pressure. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he does not go out of his way to help others. He is very trusting and he has a sense of duty. He prefers to present himself modestly. He is moved by art and natural beauty and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to share his own experience and thoughts with others, and doesn't focus on material goods. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he tries to do things correctly each time. And he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values hard work. He likes lemonite and tin and Clara opal, as well as hedgehog bone and pigtail fabric, the color dark azure. And bucklers, mittens, and earrings, and splints, and mules for their stubbornness, and the words of the born coasts, and the sound of the flowery skirts, and the sight of the lilac pantomimes, and when possible prefers to consume giant lorikeet and guava wine and rice flour, and absolutely hates worms. And his fifth toe is broken. And the dwarfs is partying. Hey chat, can I get a bunch of wamblers? Or whatever your favorite party mode is. Because they are performing a dance. Once again, the lilac of pantomimes. Their favorite dance. Describes me well, squirrel! Yeah, exactly. I love how there's just, like, snail running around. Which is distressing, but at the very least, they're not dying. Yet. Yet. Scandalously? No, but a dwarf can be zany. And if a dwarf has the zany trait, they don't care if they're naked. And some of them can, like, be amused after having clothes rot off their body and stuff, which is funny. I really like zany dwarves. They always get, like, very... not the normal takes on like bad things happening to them. Like, I've seen dwarves get, like amused after getting into an argument, or, like, giddy after having clothes rot off their body, or, like, amused after being uncovered. It's like, basically, if they're missing a crucial piece of clothing, like a shirt or, like, pants, and they're just, like, amused after being uncovered kind of thing is very funny. Giddy after being uncovered was maybe the funniest one I ever saw. It's like they completely unfazed by the thoughts of others after, like, having clothes rot off their body and such. All right, well, that's not so good. Way to ruin the party! Let's see how my, real quick, how my raid of Furnace Towns went. Because that's an old one. Chief, the past bristles. Tactical planning was superior to the goblin Loacra Number Viper, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. The pointy sticks, brilliantly led by the dwarf chief, Anguish during the past bristle, clashed with two goblins, slaying them. I clashed with three goblins, slaying them. They struck down a goblin leader. One of my dwarves was actually struck down, Fycod was. Gabe also took out their leader, in fact. Chief, my militia commander, struck down one of the goblins as well. And the pointy sticks clashed with 179 goblins in Furnace Town, slaying 10. The zombies do want to dance. Well, I don't have that running at the moment, which is a bit unfortunate. But I do have a lever to pull real quick, which is this, because currently the zombies have full access to the fort. Uh-oh. Hope you get back into the... Okay, that's good. Oh, jeez. It was at that moment that he realized that he may have fucked up. Well, they're going to group up and then charge us, probably. Okay. Open this back up and see if I can just get them inside before the zombies charge us. Which they haven't done yet. Come on. There go all the dwarves. Get inside quickly. Should be all of them. The zombie ball of blob attacks, yes. I'm sorry, what? Whose blood is that? Question is, who is their leader? Yeah, I'm gonna, I think, destroy this Necromancer Tower, because I'm getting tired of fighting these guys. Oh, no. I mean, I don't feel bad, but this zombie, this zombie elf, a thiefy rock conflicts. I'm gonna call it rock conflicts because that sounds way funnier. Rock conflicts here. Their younger brother was one of the previous commanders, whomst I murdered by lava splat. Yeah, because the necromancers, like, their abilities are like sending the actual necromancers who can, like, you know, bring necromancer experiments. And according to Tarn, some of the bigger necromancer experiments can sometimes build. But these guys are just, like, lots of zombies, which is fine. But it's just not as exciting as it could be, I guess. You know? That was Putnam who did that. It's pretty limited at the moment, Dayon. But, it's pretty limited at the moment, but fortunately... What? Uh-oh. Well, one of my axe lords decided to go outside for some reason. Oh, jeez. Did you not go back to being trained? Well, you are legendary. Rest in peace there, Dwarf. They also threw themselves into the lava to not be captured. He's definitely a legendary X. Some of them took the long way in. Uh-oh. This is what happens when you send dwarves out and they get back at the same time as the bad guys arrive. I should have grouped them up. This is my fault. If I grouped them up, they would have made it in at similar times and probably would have survived. Yeah, the martial trance just stops them from getting exhausted. Once it wears off, they get exhausted pretty quickly still. Well, I mean, they certainly soften the numbers quite a bit. Chat, should I try and drawbridge throw them? What? Where are they going? Are they scared of my front door now? Not that I would blame them, of course. Nice. Oh. So, had a weird week. You might be wondering how I got here. Wow. Nice landing. Just all of the zombies behind them just falling directly into the lava is pretty priceless. It's like, that never really does get old, does it? Like, that never really does get old. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful! Gotta close that Jeff and Jeff real quick. Ah. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna pull this one and then reopen Jeff and Jeff. It's funny, like, I used to try pretty hard to not do this stuff. Like, using drawbridges for defense. I feel way less bad about it now. Because the game is meaner. It's like, well, the game's mean now, so, like... I don't know, they had it coming. Just like that. Like, see? They had it coming. Zombie meat dwarven minigun. Speaking of zombies. Oh, most of them are just burning. Right. Holy shit, we got so many of them. Oh my god. I didn't actually realize how many of them we got there. That's, like, impressive. Also, all their blood's boiling. And also, my dwarf's blood is boiling off of their bodies. That's impressive. Burn, zombie, burn. Oh, there's several on this side still. They're just getting catapulted and ballisted. Phew! Double slap. Are you trying to retreat? Nope, they made it in. Just going to send the Marks dwarves out to here. Oopsies. Once they get a little closer, they'll get unzombied. Over on this side, zombies are trying to find their way around the fire. Dwarf has been whistling for a week. Oh, let's just charge a wee bit, I think. Marks dwarves can use this as an opportunity to turn all these goblins into paste. As well as the bolt throwers up above. That cat's trying to help. Not doing much of value, though, unfortunately. Some of the Marks dwarves a little further back still. Man, that goblin's got quite the face left on him. Look at that. There you are. Okay, how many are left? Small handful outside. I could probably just send the Marks dwarves in, but I kind of don't want them to die, so I'm just gonna... Go back to training. What this little artwork for the cartilage? It's not nose specific. It's just cartilage if it's the one that I'm thinking of, but I do love the little portraits. Yeah, it's interesting. Like the zombies are like the one part since this patch where they still kind of act the way they used to. Where like their decision making is questionable. Which, like, I don't know, kind of makes some sense, I think. Can't be that many left. Bolt thrower's doing the work. Yeah, this one needs to be moved up. These all need to be moved up. I think it's probably just this guy left. We're going to be hit by an ad break in a moment, but please tell me you're just going to go punch it to death. The Holy Cradle strikes him in the upper body with his shield. Yep, he's literally just whacking him with his shield. Good dwarf. How many are left? 3? It's time to make the Great Walk and exit the fort and deal with the few remaining zombies. Which are all the way over there. Why are some of the undead outside green? These guys? It's because those are not normal undead. Those are intelligent undead. There's intelligent undead and unintelligent undead. These ones happen to be neutral to me. Undead are not all necessarily evil. We're now pausing the game until the siege is over, and then I'm going to send this entire army out to go try and get rid of this tower because I don't want to fight the zombies anymore. I want to fight goblins. No, sure, certainly. Well, the intelligent ones should be a little smarter, Wasabi, in the YouTube chat. But the unintelligent ones, the purple ones, are just mindless drones, basically. Like, the purple ones are, like, mindless drones, and then the turquoise or, like, green or whatever ones, the blue ones, as they were originally, are, like, still have their intelligence. So it makes sense why they would be a little bit smarter. And also it makes sense why once the leader is killed, they kind of scatter and just become like the old zombies again, which is also really interesting. You're gonna go hang out with family? How dare you abandon me? What kind of friend are you? Have a good time. Enjoy turkey, if that's what you're doing, or like whatever the hell else your Thursday is going to bring to thee. That is all. Enjoy yourself. Thanks for hanging out, mate. Does baked mac and cheese? Like, that's it? I mean, that's an excellent side dish. Yeah, I do. My family does Thanksgiving on Canadian Thanksgiving, which is quite a while ago, but. So now we're waiting for this gutless wrench to get over here. Splat. And then that one. And then there's literally just one Zimby left. And we just need to wait for the dwarves to get over here. And that's the siege done. I'm going to take my entire army, and we are going to attempt to raise this necromancer tower. The last time I attacked them, they imprisoned a bunch of dwarves, and none of them ever came back. Wish us luck, chat. Wish the military luck. We are the vile force of darkness now, led by Chief Vabok, the past bristle. The legendary swords dwarfs. And followed by Tubal, the master hammer dwarf, who's a little pukey at the moment, but he'll be fine. Heyo, Rolf. How's things? Oh, I got a bunch of crundles to butcher. And oopsies. Let's turn off the burrow. Go to places. Turn the siege engines off. Let's get back to work. Oh no! Snail, that's rude. Snail? Snail! Why must you break the bolt thrower? Did it, like, make fun of you when you were a child or something? Did your parent figure used to beat you with a bolt thrower? Tisk. You know, that's a very common character progression. I don't know where I'm going with this. It's a very common feeling people have with Dwarf Fortress, I find. Changeling Miz is the first time they try it, they hate it. Or, like, it doesn't click. Like, it almost never clicks the first time. Like, it's one of those games that, like, doesn't matter how long you've played it. You've probably stopped playing and started a couple times before it, like, clicked. Whether that was, like, maybe you played it when it was ASCII and then it didn't click until the Steam version came out, or maybe you never played the versions that existed before Steam, but after like the second or third major patch to the Steam version, it clicked. Like I always tell this story, but I first installed Dwarf Fortress in like the early 2000s, or late 2000s, so like 2009-ish was the first time I installed it. And I didn't like properly learn how to play the game until like 2016, 2017. Like I opened it, went, huh, and then gave up. Rinse, repeat. Like it's definitely a game that you have to sit down and play and then think about and dedicate time to and push through, which is, you know, probably one of its benefits, but also because of, like, you know, the crazy depth that it has, but also maybe one of the biggest issues with the game. Yeah, no, I mean, like, following the game is, I think, just, like, you know, kind of an artifact of the fact that its engine is, like, an ASCII engine, right? Like, it's a tile-based game, like, it's difficult to, visually process because of that, and I do think that, like, that gets easier with time. Like, obviously it takes time, but I do think that gets easier with time. Regardless, though, glad it's starting to click. Happy to help. It's never too late. Mithrin, never too late. Goblins just killed all of your livestock except for a kangaroo buck that kicked them in the head. Well, I mean, they probably were rude to the kangaroo and definitely deserved it. Oh. Well, a forgotten beast has arrived. It is named Thole has come. It is a skinless loris. It has a broad shell and is ravening. Beware, it's poison. Okay, phew, it can't get to me. I was going to say I don't have any military right now, so it's a good thing that it's not the kind that will murder me right now. Still spooky, but it took you forever to figure it out. I mean, if you got deeper into the game when the Steam version first launched, you would have figured it out really quick because there was a bug in the game for like a year where vampires looked like zombies. They looked blue when they weren't supposed to be. And it took so long for the developers to fix it. Not because like they didn't want to fix it or weren't able to fix it, but because they just literally in their testing never encountered a vampire and didn't know that they were blue. It took so long. I will never forget the conversation I had with Tarn when I was like, are vampires supposed to be blue? And he goes, well, no. He's like talking about how they're like hidden and whatnot. And I'm like, no, like, are they supposed to be blue? Vampires are blue, Tarn. Why didn't they just spawn one for testing? I presume they did, and then it got rebroken at some point. Also, I get the feeling that, like, you know, obviously I wasn't a fly on the wall when Dwarf Fortress released. But, like, I don't think the last 2 months before Dwarf Fortress released were necessarily the smoothest mental time for the developers. Like, the last year especially of, making Dwarf Fort for the Steam version, right? Just between the stress of like what if everybody hates it kind of fears and stuff like that, combined with, you know, just like the stress of game development and also like the state of the world at the time. And, you know, I think that there was kind of a lot going on in their heads. So, yeah, also there's that, like, it is entirely possible that like that just wasn't an issue. Yeah, I'll just do it this way. This is gonna look really dumb for a minute, but I swear it'll start to look better as I go. And then Keeper RL, and then those ended up being the gateway drug for a game that you bought, Dwarf Fortress. I was a weird on-again, off-again, would install Dwarf Fortress, get frustrated, get mad at it, uninstall it person for a very long time, and then found out about RimWorld's existence through the Bay 12 forums and was broke, and so I didn't back the Kickstarter even though I was mildly interested in it and played the demo. And then Co-Carnage reminded me of the existence of RimWorld a lot. And then, because he streamed like a shit ton of RimWorld in the early days. And then eventually got frustrated with a lot of the things that RimWorld was doing and moved to Dwarf Fortress. And actually, like, part of me stopping playing RimWorld and just streaming Dwarf Fort, because I was streaming at that point, right? Was me accepting that I wasn't going to stream anymore, basically. Like, I was completely, utterly, and totally convinced that my stream was going to die because I basically, at the time, built all of the notoriety I had by playing, what's the word? RimWorld. And when I would play literally anything else, less than half the people would tune in. And so I was completely and utterly convinced that swapping to just learning Dwarf Fortress was going to end my career in this, and I was going to go find a new job. and I just really wanted to learn Dwarf Fort, and I figured it was the best opportunity. I was like, well, I will take this summer to learn Dwarf Fortress properly and give up on this whole like dream of maybe streaming as a job was my assumption. And that was early 2019. And then, no, that was mid 2018. And then by mid 2019, the Steam version was announced. And I started making videos about the Steam version, and like I went from having like no chance of long-term survival to having a small chance of long-term survival. And then they put out the first screenshot with the graphics attached, and I made a video about that, and it got almost 100,000 views. And ever since then, I just kind of squeaked by. But in the early days, it was very much like install Dwarf Fort, play it for an hour, get frustrated, give up, delete, repeat. Never played RimWorld. Is it fun? There's almost always somebody who goes, why are you so mean to RimWorld whenever I say this? If you play a lot of Dwarf Fort, it feels like playing Dwarf Fort Lite. It does some things really well, and it does some things really poorly. I don't personally feel that it's very good at creating long-term characters like that are believable. Because I think like the scope of like the character development is actually kind of limited for a game like that in comparison to Dwarf Fortress. However, I do think it is a very good game at what it does. It's just what it's doing isn't really what I like to focus on in games like this. It's really, really good at the combat and the strategy and like kind of the tower defense / base defense side of it and like micromanaging stuff. I don't think it's the greatest storyteller. So if you're more of somebody who likes to RP and like build a narrative in your head, I think Dwarf Fortress is the much more compelling game. But like if you're just looking for a strategy game, like RimWorld's great. Also, the modding scene is crazy. That is true. Yeah, it is like almost Skyrim levels of mods. Maybe even more so in some ways. But that's just because, like, you know, like Dwarf Fortress would probably be similar as far as like modding goes if there was as many people playing Dwarf Fort, but there's just not. You just don't like sci-fi settings? That's totally fair. Yeah. I love sci-fi, so I actually really like the theme of RimWorld. And actually, it's kind of nice to see somebody say that it's expensive with the DLC. You started playing again with Siege Update, and on schedule, YouTube started throwing Dwarf Fort at you, and the algorithm chose me to throw you all your videos. You ended up watching most of them over 2 weekends, and now I found your stream, and keep up the fun stuff. Cheers, man. Unfortunately, like, I'm just one person and can't put out more videos, but there is, like, a part of me that wishes that, like, I could get, like, a bigger project out more frequently, but they don't pay the bills on their own unless I were to fill them with like 4 HelloFresh ads or, I don't know, fucking NordVPN ads or something, and I don't want to do that. And I'll be honest, I like streaming more. So it's kind of a double-edged sword where, like, on one hand, I wish I could make more videos, but at the same time, like, I willingly don't because I would rather stream, and also making videos is like creatively exhausting. I feel like if I could just kind of stream like this probably forever and just kind of never get bored. If I had to edit one of those videos per month, I would go insane. Because very quickly, what would happen is what's happened to me in the past with other projects that are similar to that, where I just start to feel like I'm making the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Hello, Anandar. It's good to see yous. I mean, that's like, there's only so, like, you know, Wasabi in YouTube chat says the new RimWorld DLC is just a save our shit mod. You know the, what's the word? The theory that there's only like 12 stories that humans are capable of telling? There's only so many ideas that you can have for a video game. I'm not going to give a number, but like there's only so many ideas that you can have for a video game project, right? And in a situation where there's only so many ideas for what you can put in a video game project. Why are these not getting hauled? What's going on? I fucked something up. And in a world where there's only so many projects that you can have, or ideas that you can have for a video game, if a game is super moddable, it is like I would say mathematically impossible for a mod to not already exist that almost is identical to whatever DLC you make if you make a DLC for your video game. Like, it's just like Tarn, like it even happens with Dwarf Fortress too. Like Tarn added a bunch of dye recently. There's been a mod that's been around for forever that adds a bunch of dye but does it in a completely different way. Like that doesn't surprise me at all. Some bad stuff about HelloFresh today. You want to know what makes me dislike HelloFresh? It's got nothing to do with their bad business practices or problems with the company itself. It's literally just the fact that there's 2 units in my building of 24 units, sorry, 25 units, 24 besides me, that have HelloFresh, or at least only 2 that I've seen with HelloFresh boxes sitting in front of their doors. And those 2 units by themselves fill up all of the trash bins once a week, and it's really annoying. Especially because I live somewhere where, like, plastic shopping bags are not legal. Like, you cannot get plastic shopping bags at a grocery store. And it's like, y'all get mad at me for having plastic shopping bags in the past, which I use reusable ones now all the time. It's like a habit. I bring them with me in my bag everywhere, I guess, so it's like a non-issue. But, like, HelloFresh is allowed to exist? Fuck off. Like, it just drives me nuts. And also, if like the recipes are what's easy, just go to like the internet and download them. Like, yeah, I didn't play that mod Wasabi, so I can't really have any say there. The Forgotten Beast, I die yo, I die yo, you will die. Has come a towering crow. Caw, it has a pair of squat antennae and it appears to be emaciated. Its crimson feathers are long and broad. Dwarf, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this dwarf is like... causing me some grief. Especially because this creature can get into the fort. The Cavernous Pebbles? What kind of name is that, man? Idaho? Yeah, pretty much. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck, please? Please and thank you. So, his ability makes him bleed. Like, it causes bleeding. Like, that's a really rough one. And, I'm gonna lock the door when he gets to it. And hope he bleeds himself to death before breaking the door down. Because otherwise he's just going to kill the fort. Because I don't have any soldiers here right now. He's also like hurting my frame rate. Or something's hurting my frame rate. Uh-oh. Wow, okay. That was close. Cannon? Sorry about that. Oh no. There's a bunch of dwarves down in here, isn't there? Run away, Burr. Run away. That's Toulon, siege operator. He's probably gonna bleed to death, right? Maybe not. Run away, Burr. Run, Burr. Run quickly, Burr. Run very quickly. Keep running. We just need a little bit of yakety-sackities. Oh. Well, that's convenient. Yeah, he just got grabbed. He got bit. Okay. Our time in the enchanted realms is brief. Begone, fear, I must withdraw. Well done, Dwarf. Okay. Burr is very close to Beer. Yep. Oh wait, you want me to name Burr the Blood Slayer? Is that what you want me to name Burr? But he didn't kill it. He ran away from it. I'll honor it though. Burr, mansion weakness, is going to the hospital. He acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and often finds himself agreeing with somebody else. He almost never feels discouraged, and he has a strong tendency towards privacy, and he thinks that he's fairly important to the grand scheme of things. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and has an active imagination. He often feels lustful, and he's a little wasteful when working on projects. He likes to take it easy, and he likes to brawl, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He cracks his knuckles when he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally hates those that wield power over others, and views loyalty unfavorably. He's more of a blood racer. Survived the timer. This is true. He likes gypsum, silver, and white jade coral, and alpaca wool, spears and shields, and millstones, and crutches, and cherry trees for their blossoms, rye for their beer, and the words of the numbers of genius, and that's called math, and the sound of the intricate berry, and the sight of the lilac of pantomimes, and when possible prefers to consume squid, and potato plants, and rambutan wine, and fire snakes. You have a pet duck, and a bunch of friends. Dear slow-a-fuck dwarf, why are you so slow? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna remove you from this squad. Oh, never mind, I can't. Does it count as his kill? No, probably because he didn't hit it, but let's see. Oh shit, no it is! Okay, never mind, he is the Blood Slayer. He got bit by it, and it counts as a kill because he punched it a couple times. He bruised it once. So I told them to dump corpses, and currently everybody is dumping corpses. Oh. My fucking God, I'm stupid. Sorry. For the profanity chat. It turns out I've been sitting here for a while going like, why is nobody throwing out the bodies? I literally have the thing that they can throw out the bodies. You want to know why they're not throwing out the bodies, chat? I removed the way in. That's why they're not getting rid of the bodies. Because I'm stupid, that's why. Well, that answers that. Hold on. No. Yes, actually.
No. No.
Well, classic dwarf fort, I suppose. Well, add that to the moment of, to the list of dumb things Blind has done in the last week. That's what I'm gonna do. Because I feel excessively stupid. Is that a long list? Yep. No, I've just been wondering, like, why are they not disposing of the goblin skeletons? Like, I literally have this spot right here for it. Like, they're supposed to put them there. I'm like, why are they not doing it? It's like, well, because I'm an idiot. That's why. Turns out, none of these bodies got thrown in there because because I'm an idiot. Speaking of idiots, this dwarf needs to leave the map. No, actually, I think the mood got better. Well, actually, maybe that's what you're saying, Uncle, but I think the mood actually improved because I'd forgotten or hadn't done that. And the reason I think that improved the mood is because they haven't been hauling bodies for a while, so they've had an opportunity for their brains to settle a little bit and get less stressed. It's okay. I'm here to fix that, though. I will traumatize them properly, as is intended. See, this is what they're supposed to do after sieges, and then after that, they're supposed to get thrown into there. Like, into this minecart, and so they fall into the lava. Like, that's what's supposed to happen. All right. Let's see if this dwarf can actually make it off the map. We're in an ad break. I will pause game. Do you not have the seasonal saves turned on, Wasabi Mental? Because, like, I just have seasonal saves turned on. That dwarf's gonna have to go back for more food before he gets to the edge of the map. Yeah. You're right. He might. Might not, though. Come on, Slowpoke. Pretend that you are Iden Iducthlolar, the buck rabbit, your pet. It's almost made it. What do you think, chat? Is he going to make it or not? He's very happy remembering being near a waterfall once. Come on, dwarf. Come on. I don't, so I'm glad you do, Changeling. Yeah, I don't know. In regards to learning Dwarf Fortress, I think like the thing that a lot of people run into right now is I think a lot of people, especially people who've played a lot of RimWorld and really like it, there's a lot of things that are very like counterintuitive in Dwarf Fortress if you've played a lot of RimWorld that I think make a lot of sense if you've played a lot of Dwarf Fort, but if you've only ever played RimWorld, there is a lot of things that this game does that literally like just make absolutely no fucking sense if you've only ever played RimWorld and never really played much Dwarf Fort. It's like neither game does anything particularly wrong. They just do things so completely differently. It makes a lot of sense to me why it would be really frustrating to learn Dwarf Fortress after playing a ton of RimWorld. He did. But nobody else did. All of my squads are dead. They've all returned, and I've just lost all of my best soldiers. What the hell happened? The Lance of Men attacked the Tenerbis pregnancies of an unknown civilization. Braden led the attack. He's a very good leader. Braden's tactical planning was superior to the human putrid slayer, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage and locked brave. Cuts of swords led by the dwarf Braden clashed with 122 animated goblins. Well, this didn't go well. I think that this patch, like, either intentionally or unintentionally made it way harder to take over the enemy locations. Because looking at, like... this tower, even, like, the numbers of them, like, yeah, there's hundreds of them, but, like, I've taken over harder locations with weaker armies before. So I really am starting to wonder if, like... just the way the math works now has been tweaked. I mean, it could also just be, like, weird circumstances, but, like... the dwarf Stukos was killed by the human putrid slayer, Ithev Crossheimer, in the Ashen Hills. Stukos was struck down. We're still winning, though. Vaughn Galactic, thanks for the raid. Sup? Sup, Claudie? And Utka, hello. Crinkled Paper. Noipal. Hithron. Hakadosh. I just lost a whole army, I think. You guys want to see my soldiers die? Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Please don't drown them. Man Bear Dwarf was struck down by a goblin. Like, my fort's really defendable, so we'll be fine, but... I want this tower gone so that I can have some more sieges with, the goblins. Like, there's, like, hundreds of animated goblins, but... I mean, it's only 200 animated goblins. We've killed more than that on my map. Well, hello, Hakadosh. Pleasant meeting you. 409's dead. Struck down by a human. And then they all get imprisoned. Yeah, that's brutal, man. They even kidnapped Gabe Newell. That's brutal, dude. Holy shit. It's okay, I didn't want an army anyway. Who needs an army? Not this guy. I'm just gonna remake the pointy sticks because then I can just make a new commander and that's less annoying. Oh, pfft. What is your skills, Dwarf? You did survive, after all. But, hi, Raiders. I play way too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. I hope that you're having a solid day. Did anything exciting happen in Von Galactic's fort today? You guys up to anything cool? I'm just trying to kill this goddamn Necro Tower, and it's proving difficult. Turns out. Yeah, that's about it. Trying to decide if you're good enough to, like, try and break in there on your own. Elf ambushes? Oh. Yeah, I've just been getting zombies. Don't mind this naked dwarf. The pointy sticks. Actually, no, Pointy Towers might be better. I'm gonna go with Pointy Towers. It's the sequel to the Pointy Sticks. Vaughn froze 80 elves in a river. Oh! I'm in the process of making lava geysers. That's taking a bit of legwork to actually, like, finish. Time to train a new group? Yeah, but, like, I don't know. Those guys were all legendary. Like, that was a army of legendary soldiers, more or less. So it's like, yeah, time to train a new group. But, like, my God, was it worth it? Like, the things I've lost, man. Clearly it wasn't. But, like, jeez. How good is Snail at combat? Because this dwarf keeps tantruming. I think what I'm kind of thinking... I'm going to put Snail in a squad by himself. Horn paddles. Let him go equip a set of gear. I'm just going to see if you can rescue things. Good luck, Snail. We need to be able to bring rams and blocks and picks for higher success rates. Oh, or Tarn needs to give us magic weapons. Better weapons. You're not dead, but you were just captured in that last siege just now, 409. You were a legendary axe dwarf. Tis melt a metal object time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Tis something. You can also get melted. Okay, well, let's finish all this. We're gonna need to fend off the enemy. Might as well finish what we can while we can. So with that done, I can also go over to here. Dig down into you. I'm just trying to increase the amount of flow that I can get out of this volcano. And so my way currently of doing that is putting more pumps on it. That's currently what I'm doing. Because turns out putting more pumps on your volcano allows more lava to flow out of your volcano. It's funny how that works, but it is true. I had more than 10. It was 2 squads. Both of them were mostly legendary, and then a squad of ranged dwarves. But unfortunately, not in fortress mode. YouTube chat, Calibro. That is not a thing. That's actually like the feature that I always kind of cry that the game doesn't have. Is like that you can't stop a war once it's started. Once a war is started, you're just SOL. You're just fucked. Like that's just the life you live now. So, pro tip, don't start a war. War bad. Surprisingly enough. Actually, why don't I... do this. Dig through that. Get rid of you. Take that down 1. Dig through these. Fill all that in. Fill that in. War is not good. War bad. Oh, it's your birthday? Well, happy birthday, Fishbone. Yeah, no, the only thing that I can do is I can attempt to capture my dwarves back, but that's only if they're not dead. And they may very well just be dead. Or converted. So, there's very little I can actually do. But, like, most of those dwarves are still there, according to that, anyway. I mean, the population has quite literally doubled. If I could send a messenger and just be like, give me my people back, I would, but... The one thing I could do on paper is I could send an adventurer and try and capture them back, but then I'd have to retire the fort, and I don't really want to do that. Like I just said, Hekios. I'm not going to do that, so... I could try, but it's not guaranteed to work. So, no, I will not do that. I would rather just train a new army. Hekios. For the reasons that I've discussed on this stream many times. But yeah, I don't know. I do maintain, though, that, like, I wish that it was a bit more transparent. It's actually kind of funny. It's like, I feel like all of the things that I'm like, yeah, this could be improved about Dwarf Fortress, nobody ever complains about. And then all the things that I see people complaining about, like, why is that even an issue? It's funny how we all have different priorities of things. Yeah, like, I have zero issue with the way the battles are right now, Hekios. Like, could care less. Like, it would be neat, but, like, I would watch them once or twice and be like, that's a novelty. Anyways, and then move on with my life. I just want more transparency in, like, the overworld mechanics while in fort mode. And, like, less seams between going from fort to adventure. Like, if I didn't have to retire and unretire the fortress manually and just, like, if I could just click a button and start an adventure, even if it did that behind the scenes, I would be much more okay with just doing that. But the fact that I have to retire the fortress and then unretire the fortress, there's enough of a continuity break that I just don't want to do it. If that makes any sense. Like, even if that's a viable option, it's like it feels like I've just ended the fort. Take care, Toasty. It's like, I don't care about seeing the battles. Like, the text is enough for me. But I would really like to be able to... Ooh. Gathered bronze? That's gonna be interesting. I would really like to be able to, like, figure out if, like, a prisoner is actually regainable. Or, like, be able to negotiate for prisoners or something. I don't know. I digress. Of course it's required. How else would you get into adventure mode? Heck yes. Going through dwarves for like ones that I vaguely remember wanting to master a skill, because a lot of them are set up as the siege operators. Elven caravan is here to trade. Still shocked they haven't invaded me. They threatened me a long time ago, but they still haven't invaded. It's actually kind of wild. I think you have to be very cautious with the word sell, Dominoc. But if they wanted to like do a prisoner exchange, that's not selling prisoners. The second you say sell prisoners, then that implies slavery, and that's never gonna happen in this video game. At least not for dwarves, from what Tarn has said. But I would be cool with prisoner exchanges. It would give you a reason to like capture the enemy instead of just murdering them. Oh shit, a bronze bed. Was not expecting that one. Ezum, the cheesemaker, has created Edos Fashuk. Rolled at Thur. A bronze bed. That's the second bedefact we've had. What a great fortress bedefactor. This is a very expensive bed. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion, granite cabochons, and studded with bronze, and encircled with bands of rectangular mica cabochons. On this item is an image of Moldath Vivid Knights. Nighthammer, the dwarf in tetrahedrite. On the item is an image of Singed Dusk, the Paradise Nutwood Hatch. Cover in Gabbro. On the item is an image of dwarves in Rhyolite. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Trumnpetmurdered by the Song of Wind of the Lance of Men and the early spring of 257. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in Gabbro. On the item is an image of the persuasive lull, the kumquat wood vuckus. Yes. In Water Buffalo Bone. It's like a 24-string guitar thingy. That's very long. Yeah, ransom. I mean, I honestly just want more uses for the messenger. Are we not making flasks? I thought that I queued those up ages ago. Literally went and found nothing. Like, this is also like the other side of this funness is like, they go and they find nothing. It's like, but they're still on the list. I'm just gonna keep sending you until you die. I personally think nobles are extremely valuable right now, but that's because I stare way too much at dwarven personalities. Mister? Like, genuinely? So, like, I kind of get why a lot of people just kind of, like, write off the value of nobles, but Do I want to trade with the elves? Kinda not really. Yeah, kinda not really. That's going all right, Kravicus. How about yourself? Hope you've been all right, mate. I don't really know what you mean by force themselves for better or for worse. For reference. Snail is trying to break a coffin. Wow. They actually did. I'm trying to not send you to prison, Dwarf. But I may have to. The reason to... Did you just go beat the shit out of a goose? You monster. The reason you accommodate nobles is they literally satisfy mood problems. Like, they are one of the biggest mood boosts for dwarves that you can have in the game. Like, feeling empathy and yelling at somebody in charge are two of the biggest mood buffs next to drinking alcohol. Like, if your nobles are satisfied, it is a huge benefit to the player. The game just doesn't communicate that at all, really, which is kind of a shame. He destroyed a building and feels regret. Yep, he regrets it. Well, it's because he knows it's a prison sentence, or in this case, it's a continuously attack this Necromancer Tower until you either take over it or get killed sentence. But no, like, I will be barking up the tree for the rest of my life that nobles are a massive benefit to you, the player, and it is absolutely worth satisfying their needs. Unless they're asking for traction benches, then fucking fire them and get a better noble. And I mean, like, with lava. Like, fire them effectively, you know? Fire them to a place where they'll feel it in the afterlife. But, assuming they have reasonable demands that are, like, not hard to automate, they're the biggest benefit to your fortress you can have in the game. And with that one caveat aside, I stand by that statement. They do have that ability. Actually. But they can only request dwarves from other helixes. But they can request dwarves with certain skills because you get a list. If you have a helix that is, or any location that is linked to your fortress economically that is actively growing in population, they periodically gain dwarves that can be requested to your fortress. Yeah, they do. But only helixes. And they don't often grow economically because there's no way to, like, incentivize their growth in fort mode. A cyclops named Bost Godzer has come, a giant humanoid monster with single eye and forehead. With a face that only a dwarf could love. I'm sorry, why do you have a mule that... So he's like holding a quiver in his hand. Bruh. You killed one of my dwarves. Oh, I get it. So this Cyclops did kill one of my dwarves in the last fort, and then got stuck in a cage. See? Anxious after being confined. That's really funny. I also would like to point out that Dastot here, my dwarf that was killed, isn't a notable kill. Admittedly, Dastot was a child, but like... That's really fucking funny, actually. Yep, stare away. Megalodon, stare away. That's fucking funny. Alright, well, I don't really have a military. But I do have soldiers that are somewhat armed. So I'm gonna tell them to leg it out there. Like, none of them have weapons. Because I'm out of crossbows, apparently. I'm just gonna queue up some wooden crossbows and just quickly build a bowyer's shop for later. And I'm just gonna go down to here. Make them all out of bloodthorn. Bloodthorn crossbow! Well, I mean, the problem with it is you can't do that in the game right now, mister. But honestly, I think that's a risk I'm willing to take. It's okay, I'm horrible at Dwarf Fortress 2. I just am determined enough to keep playing it. Eternal Archangel. As we sit here and wait. You know, I'm real tempted in like another season or so, maybe 30 minutes, to play some Bannerlord tonight. Because I replayed the tutorial of that and I've kind of got the Mountain Blade itch. I'm not gonna lie. Kinda got that itch. But yeah, I don't know. I'd be totally okay with like your with stuff getting robbed on the road. If you could send out trade wagons or messengers and stuff to do things aside from what they are currently limited to. Oh. Well, that solved that. Ah. Udib did it dumb. Because this guy's splashing around. Do you happen to have a flask? You do. That may get put out. Possibly? Not. Okay, well. I was hopeful and unlucky. One for one. That was quick? Yeah, so the creature falling in caused it to splash out. Yeah, I bought the DLC yesterday. I more or less stopped talking during the ad break, mister. Because I know they're coming in, but... Alright, dwarves back to training. Man, we were up to like 170 dwarves. That's one advantage to lava walls? The advantage that my dwarves die to lava mist? Or you mean advantages and the baddie falls into it? It's like an advantage, but also a disadvantage. Also, how you doing, Ledwin? How's your day been? Let's get all this built. That built. Let's get some roofing put on this. And then we sit and wait. Talk to your family at their Thanksgiving for 50 minutes. Did you do the old Zoom call Thanksgiving? Oh, shit. Somebody must have let this ghost out because I thought that you were memorialized. Did somebody... Yeah, somebody toppled their slab. I just had a dwarf get murdered by this dwarf. Because somebody tantrumed. That's rude. Murderous haunt, classic prank. Oh yeah, for sure. Found nothing. Gonna keep doing it. Return the slab. Rebuild the slab! Well, at least we got a few more dwarves now. Man, this is kind of upsetting. This is all that I have left. This is all that we have left for dwarves. Gosh. Quivers. Actually, no, what's to heck with it. I'm gonna take these two lower squads. Just put them both in metal armor. Let's get them all into the melees. What's the current goal of the fort? Currently, fucking kill these necromancers. Always with the quivering this update. I mean, yeah, quivering with excitement for the murder of these necromancers. But yeah, mostly fucking kill these necromancers. Because I want to go to war with the goblins. The goblins are more interesting. The necromancers just attack me with zombies, and the zombies are pretty weak. But it's apparently really difficult to attack the necromancers directly because they keep killing me. So, yeah. That and, like, contain the moods. So a few things. Hi, Arant. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Bannerlord, yeah. Mountain Blade. You've been playing nothing but Dwarf and Fort and Arc Raiders? So I haven't played Arc Raiders. I've watched a little bit of it. It's not really something I'm into. But, I have a question. Is it true that Arc Raiders just, like, showed up and took the, Helldivers audience? Because I've heard that from a couple people now. It's like, wow, they like Arc Raiders show up and just stole the entire Helldivers community, and I'm just like, really? I guess I just don't see the connection between the two, and I find that really funny. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime sub, by the way? Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Those do actually help me pay bills, so I appreciate it. Yeah, that's funny. Also hit the Tarkov leftovers. The Tarkov leftovers are literally just every normal human being on Earth. Because I feel like just about anybody who's played any kind of first-person shooter has, like, stumbled into Tarkov briefly and gone, wow, fuck this shit, this is garbage, and moved on with their life. But maybe I'm off base there, I don't know. Isn't, like, half of the enemies bugs, though, so that could also just be a joke, Lady Grimmer. Although I feel like if you play any game for hundreds of hours, you start to see the bugs. It's kind of called video games. You like Tarkov? No, you don't. Don't lie to yourself. That's like saying you like self-flagellation. You might enjoy it, but you don't like it. Well, actually, you might like it, but you don't enjoy it. Maybe I got this backwards. Somebody's probably into that. Anyway. Hey, whatever turns you on. Live your life. It hurts in a good way. Giggity. Arc Raiders, you call it AI Raiders are more appropriate? Yeah, I don't know. We talked at length about that on Tuesday. I'm mixed on the whole thing. And I think I will be forever, but there ain't too much you can do about it. Helldivers and Tarkov have the same feel as a viewer? I don't agree with that. Having only ever really watched those two games, I don't agree with that at all, but... You can. It's just heavier. Makes it harder for them to, like, jump around and have higher agility. You can do both. You don't need to do both. So it's not usually my priority. There we go. I care more about making sure they have shoes. You like giving them turtle shell helms? Those would shatter if you, like, looked at them funny or hit them with a heavy stick. As I fill out these squads. I've been doing a lot of, like, squad cycling in this fort where, like, I send them all to spin class every morning, but what I actually mean when I say that is when a dwarf starts to show, like, discontent with being in the military, I just move them out and move a different dwarf in. So we actually have a ton of dwarves that are very trained in combat that are not in the military because they hate it. So it actually is kind of nice that I can filter them in and out as needed periodically. I don't know. We're just kind of pulling random names out of the hat right now. The longest running fort I ever had was Long Death. You can find it by typing in !Long Death. That fortress ran for 470 something years. And, yeah. Never again. Oh, no, not you. You'll kill everybody. Can you dual wield? Dwarves are pretty shitty at it. Because at least in Fortress mode, dwarves are not really designed to dual wield. So they'll often end up like wielding 2 weapons in the same hand and other weird things like that. The game isn't really designed for that. You'll have your dwarves will just be much more effective if they have like a sword and shield or a 2-handed weapon. But like you can do it. I had a dwarf that, or rather, I did a fort quite a while ago actually. Now I think it was Fire Orb was the last time I did this, where the only weapons I was allowed to use were artifacts. It was like a self-imposed rule. So the result was in order to fight things. I'm just gonna presume they're dead. Let's go steal some livestock. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I thought that said hate wives. It was like, hate waves? What? Also, can I just say that bad men might actually be like A+ best evil goblin fortress name in recent memory? Like, the Goblin Fortress of Bad Men. It's very funny to me. See, raid bad men. The Mire of Squirting? Mm-hmm. I saw that there was an elven faction called the Pregnancy of Squirting. Oh, speaking of funny names in Dwarfport, the Smooth Sack was shared in my Discord the other day. I just had to say that. It's like an English gang name. It's definitely a gang from the Warriors. Of Bad Dragon. Now I want to know if I could name a Dwarven fortress Bad Religion. Hold up. Could I? Sag. What, the Warriors? The Warriors is pretty great. Great soundtrack on the Warriors as well. Eh. Just gonna do this. Just put a gear at the end here. Bad belief. Mongrel mob. Mongrel mob! That's just what they called me and my friends when I was growing up. It's the mongrel mob. They're here to be annoying and bug the parents and stuff. I'm just kidding. I wish I was that cool. Okay, you need 44 power. You need 60, so it's like a hundo. What's this down here? Yeah, okay, we're good. Is Mongrel Mob actually a gang in New Zealand? Gremlin, meet Duck. Duck, meet Gremlin. I'm gonna name this, give this Gremlin a nickname, Goose. Because it keeps running into the goose down here. All right, Goose. Good luck with your life. The zany gremlin. This gremlin would actually be okay without pants because he's zany. Abbey Road. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. It will forever amuse me that you can name a fortress Rimworld. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. The lance of men attacked the tenebrous pregnancies of an unknown civilization. Snail led the attack, and the defenders were led by the putrid slayer Kadi Yell Lives. Snail outmatched the human, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Snail clashed with 116 animated elves, slaying 1. Snail clashed with 83 animated goblins, slaying 1. And it continued. I'm gonna have to send you back. Yeah, quite. Well, gremlins or anything else that's in stealth. But that gremlin specifically, like, kept pulling a lever in my basement, and I wanted it to stop doing that because that lever turns my power on and off. So putting that lever there stops the gremlin, or putting the goose there stops the gremlin from doing that. I could also, like, try and catch the gremlin, but it's not the highest priority at the moment. It's not like the goose is going to hurt it. The goose just honks really loudly, and it de-stealths and goes, "Oh god, I've been busted!" Then it runs away. I think maybe the name that I was proudest of for a fortress was when I named a fortress Starfield. Starfield was definitely up there. Starfield or Skyrim is also a Dwarven fortress name. The goose doesn't have a name. The goose is just the goose that's there. Freeways. Yes, I do have a guard goose. I also have a pork dar. Pig dar? Radar pork. There we go. Meow. Automatic enemy detection bacon? The goose, what is there? The goose that is there. Well, it's certainly not loose, because it is definitely chained up, so. It's like radar love, but radar pork. Goose named Iceman. That would have to be a gander, though. I should actually do this better. I'm gonna actually do this better. Chad, I can do this better, so I'm gonna do it better. I keep seeing ways to improve this as I'm building it, and I'm like, I should just make it better. Goose in yellow? So it would just be in yellow? Yeah, sure. What's that a reference to? I'm sure it's something. The goose in yellow does not trust others, has very calm demeanor, is careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort, and is quick to form negative views about things. Is stubborn, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, can occasionally lose focus on matters at hand, and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she really likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she is slow to anger. She tries to do things correctly. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is a goose. And Snail is returned again. All right, this is getting ridiculous. How did the raid of bad men go? They attacked the Barbarity at the release of Doom of perfecting at bad men, and Snail led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Aslot Flyshock. And Snail outmatched with their tactical planning, which was superior, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage, and Snail clashed with 1,254 trolls and bad men and somehow escaped. Literally just like saw an army and went, fuck that, and ran away. I mean, fair. Honestly, it's kind of a mood. It was born mad. Are we? Is this Kill Bill? Is that what we're referencing? Or are we referencing something else? Camille, why are you naked? Also, why are you naked and sleeping outside? Oh, are we like literally just out of armor? Yeah, that's probably it. Bars. Oh, we're also just straight up out of iron. All right, well, in that case, let's actually just swap back to normal metal armor so they can wear clothes. And I'll solve this. Great. Is it a book? I don't know. I'm quite literally just guessing, so. Ah, okay, sure. Not a somebody's not a book that I am familiar with. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of all these, except for that one on the end. Like, as in Curious George's writer, or like the name of, or wait, hold on. Are you saying it's the same author as Curious George, or are you saying it's literally the dude who wears yellow who also is like the slave master of poor old Georgie? Because poor George. Dude who wears yellow. No, it makes sense. I get the joke. I mean, I did, like, read a lot of Curious George when I was a little kid, so. It was kind of a children's book at the time. There we go. A little warm down here, but so far so good. Who had a monkey, and the only thing that I can ever remember about it was that it broke out and bit a jogger. It broke out and bit a jogger. That sounds like something that would be like a national incident in the current year. Although, because we're talking about a person who owned a monkey, I feel the need to make a very specific reference to a thing that probably most people here won't get. So I will just say this is why we can't have Monkey Mondays. If anybody gets the reference, then, I don't know, you get imaginary brownie points that don't exist. I mean, in a world where literally anything that you can whack a thing with a thing, whips have been like commonly referred to as the best weapon for a very long time, but at this point, based on how the game works, I'm not entirely sure how accurate that is. Like, it could be accurate, but it also could just be like people reposting like meta gaming from the forums like decades ago. I honestly don't know what the best weapon in the game is these days. I've honestly found myself wondering several times in the last couple of years if I'm the only one who didn't hear of the King in Yellow until Dan Abnett made use of the lore. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what the King in Yellow is, so this is my first time hearing of it. Is whatever kills your legendary dwarf soldiers. You know, I'll be honest, sometimes like I will just like start using a weapon because like a bunch of them, my dwarves were killed by them. So yeah, that actually kind of checks out. Actually just gonna do this way. I need a scaffold. We're in an ad break. I'm just gonna let them build this scaffold real quick. Also, these squads should all be training. You know, like I'm familiar enough with Cthulhu-related things, but not familiar enough with Cthulhu-related things to understand when people are referencing it most of the time. Like, I've read Color Out of Space years ago. It's like kind of a very long time ago now. So, outside of that, I'm just kind of a bit clueless, I guess, when it comes to Lovecraft-related things. I feel like I shouldn't be because of how commonly referenced it is, but half the time when people reference Lovecraft, I think they're referencing something that uses Lovecraft's material. Because as horrible of a person as Lovecraft was, he was a genius of marketing. Don't want to fall into this trap again. Huh. So it's like, how do I word this? It's like romance era AI psychosis. That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I may have heard, like, that sounds like a familiar concept, but like, I don't believe I've ever heard the words the King in Yellow in that order before, so. And go on while scientific and logical man would get his mind broken. I mean, I'm fascinated by Lovecraft, but he is one of maybe not many, but definitely a writer where it's like you kind of have to separate the writer from the material. Sure. Freeways, makes sense. Get that broken down, get these all finished up. And then I'm going to put you here. You here, you there, you there. Put some wall pieces on top of this. And then I can turn this whole sucker on. We'll see how well it works now. You found it annoying? I mean, when you have the context of, like, who he was as a person, it kind of makes reading his writing hard because you see all of the things that he's actually writing about it in it, and it's like, oh, this is just kind of uncomfortable. But maybe, I guess, Matt makes it more effective as horror, but it's like, I feel that way about other authors, but, like, I like their writing more. A lunatic is putting it nicely, yeah. Like, another example of, like, I don't know if you'd even call him a horror author, but another lunatic author. I really like Edgar Allan Poe's writing. He was also a lunatic, a completely different kind of lunatic, but still a lunatic. I'm starting, like, just reading chat talking about Lovecraft is starting to make me think that you guys are, like, like, how do I word this? Trying to change my mind. It's kind of weird reading it, but yeah, I don't know. How do I put it? Comes a plot in his current Inquisitor novels? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't read any Warhammer 40,000 stuff at all. Oh, we're all quite mad here. Oh, no, it's fine. We'll float too. We'll figure it out. All's well that ends well. You relate better to what people say about Lovecraft than I ever did to Lovecraft himself. If you relate to Lovecraft, read what he named his cat. That's all I have to say. Like, every now and again, I encounter somebody that just... I want to say, like, that he's, like, tries to deny that he was a lunatic or, like, claim that he was a better person than he actually was, and I always just return to just, like... Look up what he named his cat. He had a black cat that was named the N-word. Christus. His dog also had a bad name, but I think his cat's worse. Didn't he have a dog named Adolf? Like, I'm pretty sure he named his cat, like, Hitler, basically. Or his dog Hitler. But his cat was just the N-word. Oh, there's also that, yeah. I mean, like, that is literally, like, the entire basis of, like, the fear of the unknown, right? Actually, you know what would destroy Lovecraft's mind is if he lived to modern day and saw blacked.com. I think that might actually just, like, destroy his mind immediately. You know. I think it's time to turn this sucker on. I've widened all of the tunnels. I just trying hard to look normal. Yeah, you didn't work very well. Also, yeah, the cat did nothing wrong. I feel bad for that poor cat. Hopefully he was nice to his cat. Well, you know, and Ander, like I say, it's like I'm bipolar, and if I like insult you and yell at you, it's an explanation. It's not an excuse. I still have to say sorry. You know, like if I break somebody's arm because I'm having an episode and like go on a bender, it's not an excuse. I should still be locked up for it. Same with lead poisoning. You know, if you just like drink a bunch of mercury and go insane, like, yeah, you're still insane. Poe is just like a psychotic alcoholic when it comes to messed up artists. Unless there's something I don't know about, but everything I've ever read about Edgar Allan Poe is that he was just a crazy person. These days we just have like, you know, YouTubers. Okay, that's not how I defined the word lead poisoning, but fair enough. See if this increases my throughput much. Certainly seems to be. So far, so good. Yeah, no, that's definitely going quicker. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing with, like, Lovecraft, is he was considered a piece of shit for the time. Right? Like, it's... Like, yeah, you know, you can say what you want about, like, you know, irreparable brain damage being a bit of an excuse, but at the same time, it's like, regardless of if he had brain damage or not, he was still a piece of shit. Let's burn some surface, shall we? Otherwise, Ooh, nope, this is much more what I was looking for. That's much more what I was looking for. Little bit faster of a geyser. Excellent. That was good. It was on Netflix. A little bit more geyser-esque. It's still not crazy, though. I would have to make a big old stack of pumps if I want, like, proper lava geyser shenanigans, but... Which I could still do. It's not like I haven't done that. But I would have to basically probably put it right here. Which, again, I could do it. I could. But this is already significantly more effective. Than it was, which is good. Uh-oh, that's a little burny. Gonna close this real quick. We're gonna build another one. Which is this one. More lava? Yeah, naturally. No one's ever gonna say less lava. Lord Bamson taken by a Fey mood, and a human caravan is arriving. Hopefully they don't trip on my lava. Dwarf claims a crafts dwarf shop. The Horus Heresy seems fascinating to me as somebody who's like heard people talk about it a couple times, but I don't think I would ever do anything other than audiobook that, because that is just entirely too many books. But I'm just catching up on YouTube chat as well. Your heater's being loud as fuck and you hate it? Oh, that sucks. I had this moment this morning where I was hearing this high-pitched buzzing and I was like, did like I lose all of my hearing overnight? Like what the fuck happened? And it turns out that like my one of my chargers that was plugged into the wall was making that electric whine that they make when they start to die. And it took me way too long to find it. So like if I had a heater and it started making noise, I would immediately go insane. No, I'm good. I'll be honest. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't give a shit about 40k at all. But the Horus Heresy sounds interesting from a distance, but it's also entirely too long, so I will literally never do it. It's one of those, like, in theory, sounds interesting things. In practice, bah, I'm good. There's things I'm more interested in that I already don't have enough time to mess with and explore, so... Hope that dwarf makes something good. How many beds am I short? Actually, very few. That's neat. Audio eats all your bandwidth. Brains are weird. That's interesting. I listen to too many podcasts to ever have the time to listen to an audiobook, so... There was a point when I was younger where I listened to a lot of audiobooks. I don't listen to audiobooks at all anymore. Although, ironically, when I did listen to audiobooks, it was like almost entirely on cassette, if that tells you how long ago it was. I do vaguely recall listening to Harry Potter on CD, though. I remember getting... Oh, jeez. One of the Star Wars novels, I can't even remember which one. On cassette, and it was like 40 tapes. We got it from the library. It was like a stack like this. It was ridiculous. And I have this memory of just like sitting there playing Roll Cage? I think it was Roll Cage while listening to Star Wars. Cassettes and VHS? Oh yeah. I mean, like, that stuff was still actively around in like the late 2000s even. Especially as like a kid who didn't have a ton of money and teenager who didn't have a ton of money and like got a lot of stuff from the library. Like, the library had a lot of things, and you know they don't really get rid of things. I've never actually seen a beta tape in person. Claro. Locum, the wood. I didn't know anybody who was rich enough to own beta tapes. Locum, the woodcrafter, created Ainashnogol, a paradise nutwood amulet, and offers it to the Song of Wind. This is a Paradise Nutwood amulet. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular saltpeter cabochons and rectangular shale cabochons, and decorated with desert lime wood and encircled with bands of pomelo wood and pear-cut zircons. And this object menaces with spikes of Paradise Nutwood, Drathla bone. On the item is an image of Glacier Titan in shale. The item is an image of Tosid wave diamonds. The dwarf and dwarves in diorite. Tosid wave diamonds is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the Dwarf Tosid wave diamonds to the position of General of Lance of Men in the year 191. Now, laser discs I have seen in person. I want to say my cousin had a laser disc player at one point. Huh? Dwarves, did you do a dumb? They must have done a dumb. Well, the good news is, the burning device burns real good. Bad news is I burned 2 dwarves, I think. Oops. Well, test successful, I suppose. Whoops. I almost bought a Laserdisc player like last year, Zanzel, because thrift store that I used to live close by had a Laserdisc player for not a ridiculous amount of money, but also not cheap. Like expensive enough that I like looked at it, but like affordable enough that I was like, And I plugged it in, and it had some pretty clear electrical problems. And I was like, okay, like how hard are these to fix? And I went and looked up a few like guides online on like how to repair them, and kind of noped out. I was like, you know what? Actually, there's a weird part of me that wants to own like that version of Blade Runner that's on Laserdisc. 1, because Laserdiscs are really cool, and 2, because like it's so fucking awesome looking. It's like a DVD the size of a record, but like the reality is ain't nobody got time for that. I don't know. What year is it? 2025. Mate, you're talking to a guy who owns 8 Walkman. I haven't counted in a minute. I think 6 working cassette decks. At least 3 that don't work. One of them's a parts deck. I did give 2 of them away, though, so I guess technically less than 6. Although my dad has them, so they're still in the family. I own 2 working record players, 1 semi-functional record player, 2 FM AM tuners, or 2 FM tuners, an FM AM tuner receiver, a soldering iron. So yeah, what year is it? And that's the stuff I didn't get rid of. I got rid of a lot of stuff when I moved. Yeah, I don't have any CD mins, just cassette Walkmans. But I don't have any, well, that's not actually true. I was gonna say I don't have any super valuable ones. I only have 1 super valuable one. Because I got a deal on it, okay? It was cheap. You've hardly used it? Yeah. What, Laserdisc? No, Laserdisc wasn't DVD. Well, it was pre-DVD, but Laserdisc got destroyed by cassettes. Laserdisc was just expensive and inconvenient. It was like trying to compete with VHS. Unless I'm misreading YouTube chat, which is possible. But VHS was just significantly cheaper and made logical sense. Unlike Laserdisc, which wasn't cheap and didn't make sense. Like, VHS wasn't a good format, but it was cheap. You know? You know, I used to believe that, Eric, and then I watched the Technology Connections video on beta tapes, and I don't know if I agree with that anymore, actually. I can't say that I've ever actually watched anything on HD DVD, so... You've watched the same video? Okay. I mean, hey. Many people have seen videos by one of our many lords and saviors on the internets. But yeah, like I said, I've also never seen a Betamax tape, so who knows, maybe I'm completely off base. I mean, Dvorak isn't faster, but some people are faster when they type with Dvorak. Like, is there any difference in typing speed between QWERTY and Dvorak? No, but like, if that's what you're practiced on, yeah, you'll be faster if you type on Dvorak. Like, that makes sense. Oh, geez, man, that's a blast from the past. No name. Uh-oh, I got a ghost. It could depend on the movie. You saw both, but only owned VHS back in the CRT days, and the stuff that I saw on beta was better quality than what I saw on VHS. Like the TLDR that I understood about VHS versus beta was there are higher quality VHS tapes that were made, but they just made cheaper quality VHS tapes so that people could afford to buy them. Whereas like with beta, because it was kind of a prosumer thing, the only tapes that made it to market were the higher quality ones. At a Video 2000, which was neither Betamax or VHS. I've never heard of that. Cassettes you could flip over and record on both sides? Huh! The Forgotten Beast Rubal has come. It's definitely a coin. It's an enormous quadruped composed of black diamond. Ooh, shiny. It has a pair of spindly antennae and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spit. Wear it. How's this going? Oh, nothing. The Dwarf is like slowly taking out this tower. I mean, it's clashing with 196. You haggard bastard. So, like, I would like to speak with somebody in charge, please. Meanwhile, down here... Okay, it is somewhere where it can't get to me. Okay, Forgotten Beast, I don't want to be mean, but it says that you're made of black diamond. You're definitely green. Did you fight with a vomit monster or something? You know, that's everybody's favorite, like, lol, guess what? Factoid about records versus CDs. No shit. But also, fun fact, most CDs don't actually have high, like, flat quality audio. So, just because they can offer it, most CD players and most CDs still sound worse than records. This poor Gorlak did nothing wrong. Black Diamond cheese. Yeah, sure. But no, I mean, for me, the majority, and I think like this goes for any sane record collector, is the interest in records isn't fidelity. They do sound great if they're well made. But it's got everything to do with it's a big ass piece of art with a thing you like on it, and very little to do with it sounds better. It certainly sounds different, but I'm not so far up my own ass I'm going to be like, oh, Thermal Butter. There's something to be said for the warmth of analog audio, and I think most people who do put money into a setup like a record player or that kind of hi-fi setup will put more money into it than somebody with just a CD player. So in that case, they'll often sound better. Yeah, because you had to cram as much audio onto an MP3 player as possible. I mean, I wasn't going to put FLAC files in my 512 megabyte Philips MP3 player. Like, that thing would have filled up in, like, 2 songs. I mean, I had a hard enough time fitting, like, more than one album on that thing, let alone, like, multiple. So, no, I'm with you there. That's stuck on her wall. Yeah. Also, Lilo and Stitch, fine. That better be a picture disc. I mean, I listen to my records because it's... If I go into my living room right now, holy butts, Darius! Thanks for the 20 gifts. I actually don't think I've made the daily minimum today, so that may have, like, cleared it. I'm actually gonna go look. Yeah, no, we haven't. Thank you. That may have cleared the daily minimum. Appreciate you, man. When it comes to records, I don't even know what an Aldi is. I mean, it depends on the brand that they are. You're so freaking tired. Long day? When it comes to, like, me listening to records, the reason I listen to records is because if I sit down and I put a playlist on, I'm not going to actually, like, focus on what I'm listening to. It just becomes background noise. And it, at least subconsciously for me, devalues what I'm listening to. Whereas if I put on a record, I will just sit there until the record is done. And I think that just the process of being forced to, like, pick up a thing and flip it over periodically, one, makes scheduling chores a lot easier, so I do use it for that. But mostly it's like a thing that it turns the act of listening to music into an activity. And, like, this even happens with CDs a little bit for me, too. Not so much with CDs, but, like, cassettes and records, I think, are the ones that work the best on me. Where, like, if I put a thing on... Kageichitai, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. If I put on a tape, I will listen to the whole thing and pay attention to it. Same if I put on a record. And, like, just listening to, like, a YouTube music playlist doesn't, like, do the same thing. It just doesn't. I would say, so in YouTube chat they say, I heard records sound warm. What I will say is if you have a good amplifier, your records will sound good. If you don't have a good amplifier, they will sound terrible. That's it. And as far as them sounding warm, that's just the sound of analog audio. Like, analog audio sounds warm. Same family owns Trader Joe's. I mean, we also don't have Trader Joe's in Canada. I mean, like, who cares, really? There's nothing wrong with, like, companies selling electronics. But, like, you know, somebody asks, like, what brand of record player they should buy, maybe tell them to not buy a Crossley. Like, even, like, you want to know something that's, like, sacrilegious? I have a Bluetooth, like, dongle plugged into my hi-fi setup. It's fine. I use it to connect my TV to my stereo without having to run another cable. But some people certainly would crucify me for that. Yeah, I've been making jokes all day, Zanzel, about, like, how, like, everybody's a month late to Thanksgiving. But cheers, Kage. Hope you're having a solid turkey day. Over short-range Bluetooth, it doesn't really have that much degradation. Well, I mean, if you buy an okay, like, modern Bluetooth device, it's not bad. Like, like, if I'm listening to it over my, like, in my headphones with, like, nice speakers, or from, like, a nice recording, I can hear a slight hum and it bugs me. But, like, I really have to, like, think about it and listen to it to notice it. And, like, if we're talking about, like, just running, like, YouTube videos off your TV, or, like, lower quality, like, streaming music, who cares, really? Like, it's totally fine. Being able to make patch panels wireless and server racks. Might be a bit beyond me, mate. You know, something that I like about the existence of Aldi and me being like, the fuck's an Aldi? Is it's kind of nice to know that there are still some companies in the world that aren't like these weird global conglomerates that are just everywhere. Like, it's nice to know that, like, the US and Europe has some grocery stores that Canada doesn't have. And it's nice to know that Canada has some grocery stores that the rest of the world doesn't have. Like, I think that's, like, maybe a positive thing? Maybe? A BT transponder sounds like an upgrade in, like, Death Stranding. To me, Yuri in YouTube chat, listening to a playlist on a streaming service is background noise. Listening to physical media music is a hobby. The thing you missed most is Wawa. I've heard about Wawa. Never seen or been in a Wawa. Same like Buc-ee's. Never heard of a Buc-ee. I've heard of Buc-ee's. I've seen photos of Buc-ee's. It looks like hell. It's like maybe the most dystopian thing I've ever seen is a Buc-ee's. It's like up there with like the back end of a Walmart. It's like, this seems like an absolute fucking hell. No, that's like a like specific states thing, isn't it? Like, it's localized to specific states for Wawa. Don't know what that is. Andromeda. It's East Coastist. Gotcha. You see, for kids, it's the back rooms that terrifies them. For me, it's Buc-ee's. Like, there's just something about Buc-ee's that feels like inhospitable to humans that spooks the shit out of me. I don't know what it is, but whenever I see pictures of like the interiors of Buc-ee's, I'm like, I don't like that. I think, like, whether or not you can still buy CDs highly depends on where you're located, Corvatus, in the YouTube chat. Like, there are places where CDs are readily available, and there's, like, local industry that you can support to keep that running. And then there are places in the world where, like, it is categorically expensive. So... You know, I haven't been in a Walmart in like at least a year and a half now. It's going to be another one, yep, Elf Pulse. Northeast US thing known for coffee? Huh. So if Dunkin' Donuts was a gas station? So if you made Dunkin' Donuts worse? Great. It's disgusting. I didn't know that that was possible. I fucking hate Dunkin'. I absolutely despise Dunkin' Donuts. Tim Horton. Okay, so your name, Fairy Strudel, right? Tim Hortons is awful. But I would rather go to a Tim Hortons than a Dunkin'. Because at least their food is edible. Like, the donuts aren't good at either of them. But at least the food is edible. At Tim's. You're still the mayor, by the way, Elf Pulse. But I will admit that, like, this is also just partially a Canada thing. The food in... Actually, are you the mayor? Or... No, sorry, you're not the mayor. You are the... You are in the fort. You're the captain of the guard, not the mayor. This might just be, like, Canada's fast food is better than American fast food, like, just quality-wise. Because, like... I don't like Tim Hortons, like at all. But if I'm starving and in a food desert and there's a Tim's around, I will go to the Tim Hortons and get a burrito or like a sandwich because at least it's like recognizably food and I can decipher the ingredients at a glance. It's like, it's not like going to, I don't know. Like, I would rather get the food at a Tim's than the food at a Starbucks because at least, like, I get, like, a filling amount of food for less than $20. You know, like, you can be in and out of a Tim's and get, like, a bagel and, like, a breakfast wrap and a shit coffee for, like, $12 and be, like, filled up. We're literally just, like, comparing piss and shit here. Andromeda. Like, you do realize the depth of American shit food is Dunkin' Donuts. The only thing that's worse than Dunkin' Donuts is food that actively gives you food poisoning. I hate Dunkin' Donuts. And you want to know what most of my experience with Dunkin' Donuts is in reality? Is work trips. When it's like, oh, it's the only like accessible food that isn't like 7-Eleven. I mean, everybody does, because that's like the human thing to enjoy. As far as liking local small coffee shops better. All right, let's pull her. I'm also going to turn this on. Why would I be speaking in US dollars when talking about a Canadian product as a Canadian? No name? It's like asking a person from the UK if they're talking in pounds or US dollars. Come on, man. If I'm at Dunkin', it's because I'm fucked and starving and need something. I don't ever, and have never, willingly gone to Dunkin' Donuts. I'm at Dunkin' Donuts because there's literally nothing else. Go into the inkwell. Thanks very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. No Monopoly money, actually. Hey, Dwarves, you may want to go quick. Zippity-doo-dah. Get your butts inside, please. Krispy Kreme's is basically about as common as Girl Scout cookies here. As in, like, the only time I ever see it is when it's, like, kids selling it as a fundraiser. I don't think there's actually any, like, Krispy Kreme's locations, but I could be wrong. My uncle used to have a cat named Speedways. Iron Phoenix. Happiest bearded dwarf named Odinson? Sure. Hope the magma fort's going well. A little bit annoying. I've been trying to stop some zombies from attacking me, and they keep kidnapping all my dwarves. So a little bit annoyed with that, but aside from that, it's been good. No, this is just slowly filling. Good, good, good. Odinson, Wound Lizard, is very rarely moved by curiosity, lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and is not conflicted by... Organized and neat and is not readily moved by natural beauty. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He tends to avoid crowds, and he could be considered rude. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions of practical applications. He has a sense of duty, and he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He often feels envious of others, and he has an active sense of humor. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He often feels discouraged and speaks rapidly when he's excited, and he moves his fingers through his hair when he's nervous. When he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a great work of art, and personally believes that it would be a good thing if all time were leisure time, and does not rarely really value skills related to fighting. Hello, rotting skeleton. Hello. By the way. Girl Guide cookies just don't taste the same as you remember way back. I don't think I've had a Girl Guide cookie in... Ooh. Years. Decades, maybe. That being said, I have had plenty of Girl Scout cookies, the weed strain. Anyways. When possible, he prefers to consume giant cuttlefish and passion fruit wine and absolutely hates large roaches. But yeah, they probably changed distributors at some point. Welcome to the fort. You know, we went over this earlier today about how baby oil isn't made from crushed babies. Shinobi. Well, obviously that's made out of powdered babies. This is gonna be a very convenient way to top off my my moat. And there it goes. Bubbling over. How you doing, Radis? I used to always read them, elf polls, but at a point I stopped. I'm not totally sure why. If a dwarf is belarded with massive hanging sacks of fat, they usually that probably means that all they really do is like hang around somewhere, sit, read, or just like stare at a wall and or eat and drink in the tavern. Like it literally means they need more physical activity. Also, if they're belarded by massive hanging sacks of fat, they're probably very good at wrestling. Because body size and density is very effective indicator of good at wrestling. You've got yourself a sumo wrestler is what I'm trying to say. Belarded is not a word that you could say. Belarded is definitely a word that you could say to like your jurist, but not to your spouse. Yeah. But rationing it made it impossible, so that they went into commercial production. Oh, really? Huh. That's interesting. The more you know. I gotta say that I think our magma flood system is pretty effective. I mean, they are kind of like a well-known cultural thing at this point, Inkwell. Like, everybody's heard of Girl Scout cookies or Girl Guide cookies, depending on if you're in Canada or not. And everyone's had it at some point. So I'm going to turn on the both of them lever, which is this one. So when this lever is pulled, both of these should erupt. This one should go off first. It is okay. No, it's still definitely getting some pulse. Although this side may actually drain down, which is a little funny. Put this one up. Actually, that one being open may actually speed this one up. Because there's more lava to push out. Yeah, no, it is actually. Oh, that's funny. Dear baddies, good luck. Sincerely, Jurist. So something I was thinking is basically put like a trading depot down here. Or like in here, and then just wall this off and see if they go break the wall down. So chat, we've been live for 8 hours of Dwarfs. If I were to go play, I don't know, 2 hours maybe 3 of Mountain Blade, would you stick around? Because I'm planning on doing a full day of Mountain Blade tomorrow. Because I just really want to play Mountain Blade. But what do you think? What is Mountain Blade? Mountain Blade is a physicsy medieval horseback stab baddie in the face simulator. but they added a DLC to Bannerlord, which is Mountain Blade 2, which has boats and Vikings. And Vikings are kind of overdone and literally in everything, but like, I don't know. I want to play Assassin's Creed Black Flag and Mountain Blade. Only if the sword is really cool. I'm horrible at it, so I cannot guarantee that the sword will be of any quality whatsoever. They're overdone because they're cool. True. True that. I think this fort is going really well. So I think that's the fort for the day. I really like this angle, actually. This fort's coming along pretty nicely. I will be streaming this fort again on Tuesday. Yeah. This is true. Clino, this is true. They did, in fact, kick a lot of butts. They kicked many a donkey. Many a donkey. But that's Dwarfs for the day, guys. Hopefully we figure out how to deal with that Necromancer Tower soon. Otherwise, I may just retire this fort and started like playing a new world. Or like go for Adamantine and like see if we can defeat Hell with this fortress, because clearly it's impenetrable. The undefeated! That or like turn the difficulty up, one of the two. But it's going to take me a little bit to transfer over. So give me a sec here, chat. Local recordings off. Turn that off. I'll see you around if you're on your way out, Eric. And if you're sticking around, chat, gonna get a round of beers.